at 7 on S3. Watch as our design duos get cooking on their kitchen spaces. It's the heart of the home, but with the stress of deadline hanging over their heads, it's causing nothing but high blood pressure. Channel your interior designer with My Design Rules. Sunday evenings at 7 only on S3.
Andile, the CEO of a multinational corporation, is driving home with his daughter.
Dad, why is the tooth fairy so stingy?
Stingy? Well, she makes sure everyone gets something.
Does everyone at your company get something?
Yes, they're covered by Old Mutual Corporate's employee benefits.
Even Abdul.
Of course, he gets retirement benefits.
And Sisampa on that big machine.
She gets group risk cover if that big machine hurts her.
Wow, that's amazing, Dad.
Visit oldmutual.co.za/employee benefits and go from questions to solutions for your employees with Old Mutual Corporate. Old Mutual Life Assurance Company SA Limited is a licensed FSP and life insurer. T's and C's apply.
2016 champs Kabuyelo Masandawana want to kick off their group stage campaign on a high note, while the Greens and Blacks of DRC want to illustrate how they made it to this level for the first time in history. This is the Total Energies CAF Champions League. Experience awesome vibes of African football. Mamelodi Sundowns FC versus AS Manyema Union this Tuesday, 26 November at 5:30 p.m. Live on SABC2 and also available everywhere for everyone. Always on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
The SAFM Playwriting Competition is back. After receiving hundreds of entries last year from South African writers of different ages and ethnic groups sharing their stories, now the time is yours. It's your story. You decide. SAFM invites all writers to explore the medium of sound, the theatre of the mind, and to create a 1-hour radio play in English. Get writing now and submit your play before the 3rd of February 2025 for a chance to win one of 3 large cash prizes. For more information, visit safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Well, if you've set your alarm for 3 p.m., then it's time for you to come alive now, right? It is the National Pulse, and I hope you're going to get a feel of the pulse of the nation all throughout the next 3 hours. My name is Ashraf Garda. As always, welcome to the show. Really appreciate the fact that you make the effort, the time to listen in, to engage as well, and engaging by calling in, but also on social media, on the various posts that you make up, and that's important. Tell you what, some of the issues we'll talk about today. The EFF's application against the Speaker of the National Assembly over Phala Phala, that issue top of the agenda. An analysis of the G7 meeting into the ongoing Israel-Palestine-Lebanon crisis. And then, how real is a cashless society? Think about that one. And the Auditor General, well, auditing, certainly want to pick up on that. And there's a whole lot more. All of that coming up throughout the show. We end the show with a feature we called Winning, so we'll speak to someone who's a champion at their game. Right. To call in, 086 000 2032, to WhatsApp, text or voice notes 0614 104 107. And you know the story. You can post on social media, Facebook. You can certainly do the same on the X platform. Just tweet us. Use the hashtag The National Pulse. And here's a thought for you today. Just think about this one, right? When it comes to political parties, have you known a case of you not supporting that party, but you admire that person from another party anyway? So I would think about many people who may not have supported the ANC before in this country, but they would have certainly admired Nelson Mandela. So that's what I'm talking about. Is there a person that whose party you do not support, you don't agree with their policies whatsoever, but you admire him or you admire her? Well, give it a shout. I certainly want to know. Let's, however, get to the biggest story of the day, and that concerns the EFF's application against the Speaker of the National Assembly over the Section 89 panel report regarding the Phala Phala matter. You may recall that in 2022, the report found prima facie evidence suggesting President Ramaphosa had a case to answer about the millions of rands, of US dollars in this case, not rands, dollars, that were discovered stashed inside a couch at his Phala Phala farm. Whichever way you take it, it's not going to go away, that story. So let's find out what's happened today and what is still likely to happen with the SABC News reporter covering the story, Zoleka Kodashi. Zoleka, thanks for connecting to the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and good afternoon to the listeners.
I suppose as a reporter covering these court beat cases, this is what you do your work for, isn't it? There must be a great sense of excitement about it.
That is true, Ashraf. And I think also just because of the significance of the story and the legal implications it'll have, I think it is quite a significant story, not just when you're covering the beat, but I think as a South African generally, there should be interest in the story.
Well, you see, you answered like a reporter would do. I'd expect it anyway from you, right? Okay, let's talk about what has happened today.
Well, there are a number of arguments that have been relayed or submitted before the Constitutional Court today. As you correctly mentioned, Ashraf, this matter stems from the Section 89 Independent Panel report and the decision by the National Assembly not to adopt it. You'll remember that in 2022, the National Assembly opted not to adopt the report, thereby seeing that the President would essentially not, or the report would essentially not then go to the impeachment committee for a fully fledged investigation. So some of the arguments that have been made out today, and the primary application being made by the EFF, is essentially that the relief that they seek is to have the decision invalidated by the Constitutional Court, the decision not to adopt that Section 89 Independent Panel report. And there are a number of grounds upon which the EFF specifically relies upon in this matter, essentially saying that the declaratory relief that they seek is based on the fact that there is a numerical majority or numerical strength that was exercised by the ANC's MPs in essentially voting that the report not be adopted. Of course, that has implications for whether matters proceed in the National Assembly and the National Legislature or not, and saying that this is in fact unlawful because the court in the UDM matter had ruled that the political allegiance that members or individual MPs have to their parties cannot override the oath that they have taken as members of the National Legislature. So that is an argument that I think was quite important from the EFF, but also something that I found to be quite interesting is the alternative relief that the EFF is seeking in the form of a substitution by the Constitutional Court. Now, as I said, Ashraf, if this matter had been taken by or had been adopted by the National Assembly, we would have seen it go then to the impeachment committee for a fully fledged investigation. Now, what they're calling for is that not take place, because if there was a review of this decision by the Constitutional Court, or the Constitutional Court saying that the National Assembly should review the decision, then we would essentially see the same thing occurring, where the ANC would use that numerical strength or that numerical muscle in the form of the number of MPs that it has in the National Assembly, and therefore bypass or shield the president from any level of accountability. So what they say is that what should be happening in the alternative is that the report be substituted in the decision, rather, of the National Assembly be substituted in that it would go straight to the impeachment committee in the event that there is a prima facie case in relation to the Section 89 Independent Panel report that finds that there is a prima facie case against a sitting head of state. Then a report of that nature would go straight to the impeachment committee instead of going through that National Assembly process. Of course, questions about the separation of powers principle, you will know that the judiciary doesn't have the mandate, the constitutional mandate, to encroach on the jurisdiction of the National Assembly as per the separation of powers principle. So that is another issue that has come out quite strongly by the bench as well as the respondents.
Okay, and now Of course, the trial, the case continues today. What else is going to happen for the rest of the day and maybe in the days coming up?
Well, what we can expect is that there will also be arguments on behalf of the ANC. Now, the ANC, and something I think was quite interesting on the part of the ATM rather, the argument that they made is that it is irrational for the ANC in relation to how their MPs would have voted to rely on the fact that there are other organizations that had other impending investigations, like the Chapter 9 institution in the form of the Public Protector, as well as the Hawks, SARS, all those independent organs. It was irrational for the ANC to rely on the completion of those investigations in relation to how that would affect the impeachment process that was taking place in the National Assembly, because of course we know that under the Constitution it is only the National Assembly that has that constitutional mandate to look at impeachment proceedings in relation to a sitting head of state. And so that is an argument that came out of was submitted rather by counsel for the ATM. So what we can expect now is that there will also be submissions that are being made by the ANC, which is represented by Advocate Tembeka Ngcukaitobi, Senior Counsel, where he will also fully fledge out the arguments in relation to the application that was made for a declaratory order to be made against the decision of the National Assembly.
Okay, it may be early days for actual rulings, but did you get a sense just finally from the Q&A, certainly between the legal representatives and the presiding officers, that where this may be going or where the sentiments lie?
Well, I think something that is quite concerning for the bench is also the issue of the timing in relation to why the applicants and the EFF in particular chose this particular time to advance the arguments or this legal challenge against the National Assembly and the National Assembly Speaker. You'll remember that this is in relation strictly to the adoption of the Section 89 Independent Panel Report. Of course, the President as well as the ANC, because they have interests in this matter, will also present arguments, but the bench is quite concerned about the timing of the litigation, because you remember that this matter took place in 2022. Now, the arguments that is being relayed by the respondents is that essentially the matter is now moot because it has no legal effect, because the vote that took place in the National Assembly in relation to the Section 89 Independent Panel Report took place under the 6th administration. And so if there were to be another matter, or if they would revive the matter, it would have no legal effect, because it would be another process that would have to unfold all over again. I think something that also is coming out quite strongly from the bench is the issue of separation of powers, as I mentioned, as well as the fact that it could be the judiciary, as another arm of state, cannot encroach on the in the space of the national legislature. Of course, the Constitution makes it quite clear that the National Assembly develops its own mechanisms as to how it chooses to deal with issues that have implications or that directly affect the National Assembly. But I think also, Ashraf, the rules of the National Assembly have come into sharp focus in the Constitutional Court today, where the EFF is also calling for an amendment of those rules, saying that essentially it's Rule 129I in particular, saying that it gives the National Assembly unfettered power in relation to how it deals with impeachment proceedings, saying that that must be limited so that it is not abused, particularly in the National Assembly.
And we know that's been an ongoing issue, whether that has been abused in the past or not. So we'll certainly stay with you on that story over the next couple of days, absolutely. Zoleka Kodashi, thanks for your time, SABC News reporter covering the Phala Phala story in the Constitutional Court. Right, your comment, your feedback, what for you moves the National Pulse today. Surely you have an opinion on what's been going on at the Concord in the Free State. Let me hear it. 0614 104 107 via WhatsApp, or to call in 086 000 2032. This is the National Pulse.
Specsavers now looks after your hearing as well as your vision with Specsavers Audiology. With 60 stores and counting, we are South Africa's largest audiology group. For a limited time only, buy one rechargeable hearing aid and get 50% off the second. You heard right. Buy one rechargeable hearing aid and get 50% off the second. Find your nearest store at specsavers.co.za. Specsavers Audiology. Test your hearing and join the conversation. T's and C's apply.
The Bees are constantly seeking for a suitable way to move up to the top half. They want to triumph against Leicester City FC.
Visser is in here for Brentford. Johan Visser!
While the Foxes are committed to playing attractive football for 90 minutes as they also eye a top half spot.
Owen to Vardy, back to Owen, scores! Leicester have done it late on the road! Jordan Owen sweeps home! What a move!
This is the Premier League. Catch the spectacular clash between Brentford FC and Leicester City FC on Saturday, 30 November at 4:30 p.m. live on SABC3. Also available everywhere for everyone, always on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
For 30 years, we've stood together, advancing collective action to end violence against women and children. But the fight is far from over. Your voice matters. Every action counts. From educating our communities to supporting survivors, it's time to unite and create a future free from fear. Join SAFM for 16 days of activism. Together we can make a difference. Together we can end the violence. Because 30 years of progress means we cannot stop now. Let's advance the fight. Stand up, speak out, take action. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Okay, by the way, coming up later on, we chat to Azhar Jammeen about South Africa and a cashless society. Really? Is that going to happen? Will that happen? In fact, can you see yourself living in a completely cashless society in our country? Have you tried it out? Some way or the other. I'd like to get your feedback on that too. Okay, let's talk about another big issue as part of our Global Watch feature. The G7 meeting. Well, they've been coming together. We've been talking about the G20, and South Africa will host that next year around the same time. But the G7 meeting has been touching on the issue of the ongoing war in the Middle East. That topped the agenda. And when I say ongoing war, besides the broader issues, really three countries in particular: Israel, Palestine, and now Lebanon, right? Now, I understand that ministers from Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, the UAE, Qatar, and many others of the Arab League also took part in these discussions. And key to that for the moment has been this call for a ceasefire deal. I saw some celebrations in Lebanon last night, but it seems like it's premature. It could well be tabled within the Israeli Knesset sometime today. I don't know. We'll find out. In fact, from Naim Jina, in terms of what's come through. He's a senior researcher at the Mapum Gubwe Institute for Strategic Reflection. Naim, as always, good connecting with you on the National Pulse.
Thank you, Ashraf.
Thank you. What can you tell us about the significance of this coming together of the G7 and those who sort of were added on to the meetings with regard to this clearly ongoing crisis and major crisis in the Middle East?
So the G7 meeting is a meeting of foreign ministers. So it's mostly about kind of international relations issues. So the Lebanon-Gaza story, more Lebanon than Gaza, and Ukraine have featured quite significantly. Yesterday was a good part of the day was on Lebanon and Gaza, and today on Ukraine. The G7, of course, doesn't. The G7 foreign ministers don't make these decisions. So, despite the hosts, Italy's foreign minister and deputy foreign minister, making very positive and optimistic statements about Lebanon and Gaza, there's no guarantee that that's what will happen. I mean, they're not in control of the process of making a ceasefire deal with Lebanon or with Hezbollah or with the other either.
But can they influence decision making then?
That's debatable. I mean, the United States has kind of position where they refuse to be influenced by others. They make their own decisions, and on the issue of anything that Israel does, they would be influenced only by Israel. Of course, this will, and one of the significances of this meeting is that it's the last G7 foreign ministers meeting before Donald Trump becomes president. Because after he becomes president, he takes these kinds of meetings even less seriously than his predecessors, and treats them with some disdain. So yeah, I mean, there's no guarantee that the U.S. would listen to anything that the other seven foreign ministers, because it's G7 plus the EU.
Okay, and therefore your thoughts, therefore, in terms of this latest call for a ceasefire and whether, and of course there's like 2 rounds of ceasefire, specifically with the Middle East. It's Palestine, Lebanon, Palestine, and rather Israel, Lebanon, Israel, Palestine, right? Your thoughts on that in terms of where are we down that road?
So on the Lebanon one, it seems that there's possibly a ceasefire in the next few days or a week or so. That's being pushed very strongly by the Americans. The Israelis have made some positive noises that they interested in that, although as usual they've created a whole lot of conditions that are very difficult to be met. But nevertheless, it seems like there will be some movement in that regard soon. On the Gaza situation, nothing whatsoever. There's no ceasefire talks. There's no mediation. And Israel, in both contexts, I mean, yesterday Israel killed more than 30 Lebanese, mainly in Beirut, but in other cities as well. Ongoing bombings of various towns and cities in Lebanon, non-stop, even while the negotiations are taking place. And as far as Gaza is concerned, I mean, the northern part of Gaza is completely cut off from aid, from journalists. We really don't know what's happening in the northern part of Gaza. Parts of it will be quite likely be annexed. From what we're hearing from the Israelis, and there's no movement. The Americans are not really interested in doing anything, and I think for the Americans, they want to end this year with a kind of something positive, and so they'll put the Lebanon ceasefire on the table and then forget about the Gaza. I think that's
so. Help us understand that. Why would and understand your first point about ending the year on a positive, and of course it'll mean the outgoing administration as well, right? But why would they push for a Lebanon-Israel ceasefire and not do the same with regard to Israel-Palestine?
Because Israel is more willing to consider a ceasefire on the Lebanese front than with the Palestinians. The reason is that they regard Lebanon as being a separate country. They regard Palestinians as being a nuisance that need to be gotten rid of. So they'll have a ceasefire with Lebanon. They'll be able to return their settlers to the northern part of Israel in safety as a result of that ceasefire deal, and then they can focus their attention on Gaza and, basically, I mean, that's what genocide means: kill as many Palestinians as they can.
And just lastly, if there's no ceasefire on both fronts, what's likely to happen? I mean, so much has already happened, but what's likely to happen in terms of an on-goal if there is no ceasefire for, say, another year? And a short answer at that.
Yeah. So on the Lebanese front, if there's no ceasefire, I mean, the bombing will continue, and Lebanon will be reduced, big parts of it, to rubble, like in Gaza. On the Gaza front, you're going to see tens of thousands of Palestinians being killed. Of course, what Trump does when he comes in is another story. He said he wants a quick end to the war, which means he might say to Netanyahu, get rid of all these Palestinians in the next month and then stop. or he might just ignore it. It's unpredictable.
And that has been the nature of the world for the last few years. Clearly, Naeem Jinnah, I appreciate your time. Senior researcher at Mistra, commenting on the comings together of the leaders of the G7 together with additional countries from the Middle East, with the key focus there around, trying to somehow negotiate an end to an ongoing crisis in the Middle East. When will it end? Where will it end? How will it end? Let's get the news headlines. It's 3:30 years on Della Imbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. In the news headline, security expert Mike Bolhuis says the only way to significantly reduce crime in the country is for the South African police to increase their deployment on the ground. The Auditor General Tsakani Maluleke says there has been an improvement in the audit outcomes of national and provincial departments for the 2023-2024 financial year. And MMC for Economic Development in the city of Johannesburg, Nomoya Mnisi, says a health and environment certificate is a requirement for a spaza shop to be considered as compliant. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the M1 northbound in Woodmead is slow moving towards Buccleuch interchange. Heavy traffic reported on multiple routes in the Crown area, so expect further delays. And Eskom Pahleli Drive northbound in Pretoria has delays towards Moot Street. In KZN, the N3 westbound has a stationary truck reported at Cliffdale. The N3 in Pietermaritzburg has a truck crash reported affecting both directions between Ashburton exit and Market Road exit, queuing traffic on both ways. The N3 has truck crash reported between Mooirivier and Escort, so expect delays, and the N3 northbound queuing near Howick North, the Tweedy exit. In Cape Town, the M3 southbound queuing towards Rhodes Drive. The M5 northbound is slow moving towards the N1 Kuburg interchange. The N1 outbound is slow moving towards Okavango Road exit, and slow moving traffic reported in the CBD central area, so you're asked to expect delays. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Kapele.
All right, to me for the first time today. Well, good to connect with you as always, our Minister of Sport. But you've got some news with regard to a significant Springbok player, right?
Absolutely. A very good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and our listeners. We're talking all things Steven Kishoff, who's on his way to recovery after the Stormers and Springbok prop had a successful neck operation. Kishoff was sidelined from Springbok duty this year and has missed the start of the Stormers 2024-25 season after a career-threatening injury in September. And though the operation was a success, it seems his road to be back on the field is going to be a long one. He actually posted on social media saying that his operation was a great success and that it's going to be a very long journey, but he's very excited about the future ahead and that we must trust him for updates on his progress and not believe any other sources, because there were a lot of reports saying that perhaps his rugby career is done and dusted. However, he is in high spirits and he's hoping that he's going to be back on the field soon. In football, the CAF Champions League group stages kick off today with 16 teams that are vying for the title of Africa's best. And in South Africa, Orlando Pirates head coach Jose Rivero says that their flawless performance in the Betway Premiership so far will have no bearing in their opening CAF Champions League game against the Algerian side CR Belouizdad. The two teams lock horns in a Group C opener at the Nelson Mandela Stadium in Algiers tonight at 9 p.m. South African time.
This is a different competition. I don't think it's going to be, or our situation in the league is going to play a big role. I think Belouizdad is coming from time with a new coaching staff, getting better, honestly, in the last few weeks, getting a really good result the last time they played in their league. So probably all of those components are going to be more important than their current situation in the league.
Well, Pirates have also been boosted by the return of some key players returning from long injury layoffs, including the likes of Thapelo Qoki, Diano van Royal, Sandile Mthethwa, amongst others. Meanwhile, Magezi FC have a trophy parade today, with the club making their first stop at Muleji before parading the streets of Polokwane, followed by a gala dinner tonight. Then for them, it's back to finding stability in the Betway Premiership, and to do that, Coach Clinton Lawson says that he's going to draw inspiration from their journey to the top flight last season.
When I arrived at the club, I think they had lost 6-0 to JDR, if I'm not mistaken, a week before I arrived. So, they were panicking, and a young coach like Jackie Ledwaba was feeling a little bit of pressure. And yes, in that first half of the season when I joined, it was all about stability, which we managed to bring to the team. And in the second half, I really had a strong feeling that we could push because we brought in a few key players like Mekoa, like Dapo, Motsi Matima is another one. He's played a lot of games. Wonderboy Makubu. And I knew that with this group of players and the players that had promoted the team from the ABC Motsepe League, we could put together a strong team. That is a promotion league. It's not a league to count your passes. And we had a few teams that were counting their passes in the NFD, and we were trying to score as many goals as we could to win matches. And I think that plan worked for us. We were very direct. We scored 42, maybe 44 goals, I'm not sure. And we were very tight at the back with 12 clean sheets. So it was a very, very simple plan. Try and win games as quickly as possible and defend the lead. Simple plan, worked for us. Found ourselves in the PSL.
Then moving on to cricket, this is one name you shouldn't forget. It's Vaibhav Suryavanshi, and he's become the youngest player at the age of 13 who was bought in an IPL auction after being selected by Rajasthan Royals for £105,000. That's around 2.3 million rand. And this comes after his 58-ball century for India under-19 on debut. And here's the team CEO, Jake Makram, just speaking about him.
He's been to our high performance centre in Nagpur. He had a trials there and really impressed Zubin and the team on the ground there. Both Zubin and Vikram were there from our coaching setup. Incredible talent. And of course you've got to have the confidence that they can step up to the IPL level. So lots of work will go in over the coming months to continue to develop him, but hell of a talent, and we're really excited to have him as part of the franchise.
Absolutely interesting. 13 years old, playing in the IPL. I wonder if it's too early for him or it's a great stepping stone for him. He's going to earn 2.3 million rand, but the competition in the IPL, it's very high. Where were you when you were 13?
Where I was trying to switch on the radio, and I asked my father to help me because I don't know how to switch on the radio to listen to cricket. So, that's where I was, right? But, I haven't seen this youngster. Clearly, he's something, right?
He is.
But
so
it's
he plays
amazing,
for...
what I'm saying, what's the, you see immediately when someone's 13, then the obvious thing has got to be genius. He can't be good. He has to be great. You would have to be talking about him in the same breath as a Sachin Tendulkar one day.
Literally.
Otherwise, why would he be playing at the age of 13?
At 13, he's already playing for under-19 India. And he's
doing well
done
already. Sure.
And now he's about to play in the IPL. Shoo, looking forward to seeing
Just
what
one
he's gonna
quick
do.
one, and it's so topical. I watched it last night. Theo Walcott was picked for England at the Football World Cup, and he was 17. Before he made his debut for Arsenal Football Club in the league. And he never played a game in the tournament. But last night, on reflection, he said it brought him untold pressure. And with hindsight...
That's my thing.
With hindsight, it was not the right thing. Now, that's not the same as Pelé, who I think at the age of 17 scored 2 goals in the World Cup final. He was that good. But that's the point. Then you have to be genius or else.
Absolutely. But we're talking about 17 versus 13.
Yeah, well...
Sure.
But again... He has to be a genius or else why is he playing? Okay.
Well, looking forward to seeing how he's going to perform in the IPL. With that said, it's a wrap from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
2016 champs Kabuyelo Masandawana want to kick off their group stage campaign on a high note, while the Greens and Blacks of DRC want to illustrate how they made it to this level for the first time in history. This is the Total Energies CAF Champions League. Experience awesome vibes of African football. Mamelodi Sundowns FC versus AS Manyema Union this Tuesday, 26 November at 5:30 p.m. Live on SABC2 and also available everywhere for everyone. Always on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Right, so where were you when you were 13? Seriously, with regard to sport or anything meaningful in society. I tell you what's your thoughts? I mean, South Africa, are we ready for a cashless society? You think we can actually get to that level where nothing is cash as in notes, everything is all digital? I don't know. I have my thoughts about it. Let's get the opinion of Dr. Azar Jammine, who's the Director and Chief Economist at Econometrics. Dr. Jammine, Azar, appreciate your time. Good to connect with you.
Thank you, Ashraf, and to your listeners.
And as I talk to you, I realize immediately I cannot, that game, that quiz game, money or the box, it doesn't work in this conversation. Exactly.
True.
Yeah.
True.
Well, give us your thoughts. I mean, cash or cashless society in South Africa. Where are we? Where should we be headed to?
I think that we are following a global trend. I think that with the advancements in technology that we've seen over the last few decades, moving towards a digital payment society is inevitable. But one has to then start thinking about who is going to be able to access that digital form of payment. A digital form of payment usually is associated with someone having some bank account, and then you have to ask yourself, do all South Africans have that form of account, and are they all encapsulated in banking? And the answer is no. Many of the poorest sections of society are still dependent on doing everything by cash, receiving money and payments through cash, and making payments themselves through cash. And it will be a long time before we get to a situation where they are sufficiently empowered with digital technology to be able to live without cash.
But I suppose that the broader question is, I understand that part, and yes, I mean, many people don't have bank accounts at all. We know that they just carry cash on their own. That's another story, right? But should the people who are not used to a digital form of transaction, should they be nudged in that direction, or should they be left as is, keeping in mind you do want to have a nation that needs to be globally competitive as well?
But it's not a case of them being nudged. I think to the extent that many do actually expose themselves to digital forms of survival or existence, you are going to see a gradual move towards using digital means of transactions more and more all the time. And South Africa is not the only case. I was talking to someone who is referring to Greece, where in so many instances now you cannot transact in cash. You've got to transact digitally, and this is being driven also by the desire on the part of the government to have a paper trail for every transaction. Whereas with cash, you lose that ability to do so.
That's very true. But I mean, I think of the example, and it sounds like bizarre for us who think it's impossible maybe, but the example would be like mobile phones. If someone told us, 15, 20 years ago that mobile phones would actually knock landline phones out of the market and everybody would be using mobile phones, from the poorest of the poorest to the wealthiest of them all, somehow or the other we would find a way to connect via a mobile phone. It would be unthinkable, and yet it's happened, isn't it?
You're absolutely correct, and I think it's inevitable that the proportion of transactions that will be done digitally as opposed through cash will increase, and probably increase quite rapidly. But whether we will be able to dispense with cash altogether, I'm a bit skeptical of. Certainly not for a long, long while.
So what would you suggest, I mean, to the different touch points around digital transaction? What would be your advice to them if they asked you?
Certainly I would go for it. I think it makes life a lot easier, and as I say, as has been the case from in Greece, for example, it's a far easier way for government to actually keep control of what is happening, and to prevent a lot of illegal transactions from taking place, and transactions that bypass having to pay tax where tax is payable from taking place.
I suppose, but if it's that important, then would you see a greater drive to ensure that South Africans become more digitally literate?
There would undoubtedly be a drive for literalization, if you want to call it that, and it would go hand in hand with educating the population more effectively as well. Those two would go together. And to that extent, I think it would be a very positive trend.
Yeah. Is there a downside to this? I mean, it looks like it can't be stopped. You may be aware, I was in Canada recently, and in fact, you land at Montreal Airport, and there are no customs officers. There are some on the side in case there's problems, but otherwise, from the time you land till the time you exit the terminal building, that's it. It's you being instructed digitally. And the same when you check your bags in, and then Heathrow is not the same, but certainly when you check your bags in Heathrow, again, it'll be digital. You have to do it on your own. And I remember telling my wife just to say, we're not the best, but we're reasonably competent around this issue. Can you just imagine people from many, and an airport like London would have people from all around the world coming there. They just have to adapt, or, to borrow a well-used phrase, adapt or die.
Undoubtedly, that is the case, and it will leave quite a lot of people who are not digitally oriented standing and dropping out of the mainstream of the economy in many ways. Or the tendency will be for that to happen. So there is that important downside, but at the end of the day, I suppose it translates into a far more efficiently run economy, and transactions costs are reduced. And I think the economy can start running far more efficiently. I've been to school functions, for example, where no cash is allowed. No cash transactions are allowed to take place. It's all has to be done either through your phone or through your credit card. And, it's also a lot safer from the point of view from crime in many respects in that way.
Well, I've certainly checked out car guards and told them, sorry, I don't have any money for you today. And the guy said, but you can send me an EFT or whatever the relevant word is there. So, yeah, everybody understands they need to get with the system, isn't it? Appreciate your time, Dr. Azhar Jammine, Director and Chief Economist at Econometrics.
Get ready to honor Madiba's legacy together. Join us on 8 December at the Union Buildings in Tshwane, Gauteng, as we pay tribute to Nelson Mandela with the Mandela Remembrance Walk and Run. There's a distance for everyone: 21 kilometers, 10-kilometer run, and a 5-kilometer scenic walk. Enjoy loads of entertainment and plenty of fun for the kids. If you can't be there in person, you can participate from wherever you are, uniting with thousands around the country to honor Nelson Mandela's vision of unity, equality, and a just society. All proceeds will support the Nelson Mandela Foundation. Register now at mandelawalkandrun.com. Let's come together to remember Madiba. In proud partnership with Gauteng Province, the City of Tshwane, and SABC Sport. See you there. Let's make it a day to remember.
Andile, the CEO of a multinational corporation, is driving home with his daughter.
Dad, why is the Tooth Fairy so stingy?
Stingy? Well, she makes sure everyone gets something.
Does every electrical company get something?
Yes, they're covered by Old Mutual Corporate's employee benefits.
Even Abdul.
Of course, he gets retirement benefits.
And Sisampo on that big machine.
She gets group risk cover if that big machine hurts her.
Wow, that's amazing, Dad.
Visit oldmutual.co.za/employee benefits and go from questions to solutions for your employees with Old Mutual Corporate. Old Mutual Life Assurance Company SA Limited is a licensed FSP and life insurer. T's and C's apply.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
So I was invited to today's Road Safety Summit in Brixton in Johannesburg. I couldn't quite get there, just some other competing arrangements of sorts, right? But let's find out what's been happening so far. Refilwe Mongale is with me to talk us about through all of that in terms of their objectives. What we'll do is we're going to get to that in just a moment or so, right? Looking forward to that conversation. In the meantime, here's someone saying, I'm at Home Affairs and they told me they don't take cash. I had to use my card, thank you. I promise you, like it or not, that's exactly the way it's going to be. I'm sure of that. Here's some thoughts from you.
Hope you well. Ashraf, there is a new trend normally around this time of the year, December month and stuff like that. Young people are being taken by force to go to initiation schools. Parents are not aware. As I'm talking to you, people are very busy here, going all over the streets. I don't know what they're up to, but I understand that they are busy taking young kids to the initiation school without the consent of their parents. That's really bad, eh?
Well, yeah, look, culturally, I can't say much. I think we have to respect our different cultures within the South African scenario, but there's also the Constitution, and I think I'd like to get further comments on that. You know, if you wish to add on to that in terms of initiation schools, and are you being forced to go because it's culture, and what are the implications that it has on you, and the risks that are inherent in that. I'd like someone who knows a lot more than I do about that to enlighten us and tell me where you think this should go.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. This is Thabiso Bloemfontein. I admire Julius Malema and Bruce Ndlozi. I'm not a member of the EFF, and I've never voted for EFF, but I admire them. They have qualities that are so rare to find in politicians nowadays. And the second issue is sometimes I don't agree with their stance on certain issues, like the open border policy and the thing that they're doing in Parliament, the problems they are causing in Parliament, sometimes they are not necessarily. So I admire the two leaders from the EFF.
Okay, there you are. Well, I hear you. Basically, you're saying you don't agree with some things, but certainly overall you admire. Many people do that. Well, you see, here's my question to you, right? And I've asked you this just now. It's like, hold it. Is there a person or a leader, it doesn't have to be the leader, the president, it could be anybody, from a political party that is not the party that you would support or even vote for? And in fact, it's possible you may even dislike their policies, right? But there's something about that party, about that person rather, that you like, hey, wow, I give that person a thumbs up. So there's one, Julius Malema, you give me more. Who do you admire even from a different political party? We asked it about sport yesterday. Which sportsman would you admire even from another sport? Not your team, but you still admire them anyway. So I'll adapt it now to political parties. Come on, let's hear what you have to say.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. This is Bike in Cape Town. You see, this Phala issue or matter that is before the Apex Court is very interesting. Interesting to me because, we are hearing, different approaches to the two concepts, prima facie and the sufficient evidence. This, you can mark my word, it is actually becoming one of the greatest, cases, to be referenced as case law for the oncoming, generations that are going to be joining in the legal profession. Prima facie, this is sufficient evidence. I'm very interested, really, how court is going to deal on this one. This is Baki in Cape Town.
Okay, Baki, thank you for that. Well, I think many people are interested in how it's going to play out. I'll play further, get your calls for the levels of engagement just now. By the way, there's a vote line that's on our Twitter or X platform on the issue of a cashless society. Please go there and vote. I certainly want to know what you think about that in this South Africa. Would you be up for a cashless society? Well, I mean, you can vote on Twitter, but in fact, maybe I can give it out to you in terms of the options right now. You can even WhatsApp us, okay? Just text only 0614 104 107, right? So digital payments versus cash payments. Can South Africa shift towards a cashless society? Do you saying yes it can, or no you think it's a very bad idea, or you're not interested? Well, maybe in this case here, tell me a yes or a no. Yes to digital or no to digital? That means no cash. Tell me what you think. Okay, let's then talk about the Road Safety Summit. With me is Refilwe Mongale, the Executive Manager for Road Safety Stakeholder Relations at the Road Traffic Management Corporation. Refilwe, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me, Ashraf.
Thank you. I should have been there in Brixton, but I'm not there. So the next best is to talk to you about what has been going on today and why is it that important?
I can assure you that you missed out. We had a very different kind of summit this year. What we did was that we partnered with the community of Brixton and we walked the streets of Brixton to understand the living conditions of the people of Brixton before we can sit in a room and talk as technocrats about the challenges and solutions. So this was one different summit from the ones that we've had in previous years, where we've often sat in hotels and had conversations amongst ourselves as technocrats. So this had the hallmarks of societal inclusion in it. So that's what happened this morning. We got to see the neighborhood and see how people access mobility in the neighborhood.
Okay, so that's so interesting because, I mean, it's something we chatted about. In fact, I had a chat with Cass Kuvadia, now the head of business unit ESA, right, and once of Axstop, and he made the point that I think South Africa, there's one thing we've lost connection with grassroots activism. So maybe your way of this conference on the street is a very, very novel idea, and I think that's fantastic. So what then did you uncover? Because, of course, your key factor around this is mobility. What did you discover or uncover taking the walk through the streets of Brixton?
We got to learn about how the infrastructure looks the way it does. We discovered, for instance, the alleyways, which were the old system of apartheid and how the infrastructure was built then and how people live today. And that infrastructure that was built back in the day still persists today. So does evolution in terms of mobility speak to the infrastructure that is in existence? We got to learn about the shifts in patterns over the years of how the complexion of Brixton has changed, so that we can see if the change in how people live and how the complexion of the locality has changed is responding to the engineering and other innovations that might have been put in. So I think for us, it was also important that even though we were in Brixton, we could simulate this and place it in any other community in South Africa. So it was actually the exchange that we had amongst ourselves with like civil society and business, private sector, and government talking frankly to each other about this looks the way it does because we haven't responded. So that's what we uncovered today. We had frank conversations. We got to appreciate why, how did we come to this. We got to appreciate that we are not here now. We need to be current and we need to be futuristic and accommodate everyone in communities.
Now, I mean, a key part of what you're doing is, and the key word here is safety. Now, I know that, something like 25 fatalities per 100,000 population is our numbers in South Africa, and that is incredibly high, right? As part of your excursion, I mean, could you see why we have so many road accidents, pedestrian accidents? Were you able to pick it up in terms of gathering that sort of knowledge?
We were able to pick it up. You have infrastructure design that was meant for vehicles, what we call a lack of engineering for the people. You had infrastructure design that didn't accommodate hawkers, for instance, people who are selling on the street, and the reality is that people are selling on the street. You have infrastructure design that does not accommodate recreational spaces. So we're able to see these shortcomings in the short walk that we took today.
Right. What happens next?
What happens next is that it's a participatory approach. What happens next is that currently we are sitting and exploring what the challenges are and who's responsible for the challenges. Tomorrow is a different day altogether. All the parties that are there are going to design solutions. So we are saying we don't want a single story. We want a multifaceted story, because it's never just a human behavior problem, a vehicle problem, or a road problem, but it's how all these parts interact. So you have multidisciplinary teams that are sitting together, and tomorrow they are tabling their commitments to road safety, having analyzed the country's national road safety.
Well, let's see what comes out of it. I certainly want to know in terms of actual behavior change. Refilwe Mongale, the Executive Manager for Road Safety Stakeholder Relations at the Road Traffic Management Corporation, thank you for connecting to us on the National Pulse. Time now for the news. It's 4 o'clock. Here's Ondela Imbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. In your top stories at 4, a security expert reacts to recently announced crime stats and the home of Haiti's gang leader demolished. For SFM News, I am Ondela and a very good afternoon. Security expert Mike Bolhuis says the only way to significantly reduce crime in the country is for the South African police to increase their deployment on the ground. This comes after the announcement by Police Minister Senzo Mchunu on Monday that there was a decrease in the second quarter crime stats in some major crimes, including murder and rape. Bolhuis says the current police capacity needs to be drastically increased.
The problem is the policing situation in South Africa is not equipped to closely deal with the crime that we have in this country. And we need to get much more, triple more policemen and much more infrastructure to slam dunk this crime. Then it will stop on a zero tolerance basis. And then the criminals will know that crime does not pay, and then the criminal mind will stop at the thought of becoming a criminal because I can and can get away with it.
Meanwhile, residents of Westbury in Johannesburg say they feel that crime, in particular violent crime, has been increasing in recent months. This despite Police Minister Senzo Mchunu announcing a decrease in some major crimes, including murder and rape. Westbury community leader Jefferson Johnson.
I'm listening to this and I'm having a look at the decline with regards to, or the decrease rather, in the form of the stats. The crime stats in South Africa, and it makes you wonder and think that if we are experiencing so much murders in our community, does that not add to the stats of our country, because it's scary? And also with regards to how many people died in the other areas, you know, those are murder cases that you question how can there be a decrease or perhaps a decline with regards to those numbers.
The Auditor General Tsakani Maluleke says there has been an improvement in the audit outcomes of national and provincial departments for the 2023 and 2024 financial year. Maluleke briefed a joint meeting of Parliament's finance chairpersons. The AG says the last year, for which the 6th administration was responsible, has laid a good foundation for the current administration to build on. Maluleke says more departments and entities have managed to receive clean audits over the past 5 years.
We've seen over the last 5 years improvements in audit outcomes right across the system, whether you're talking departments or entities or even legislatures which operate on the basis of FAMPLA rather than PFMA. We've seen improvements everywhere. Even the TVET colleges, we've seen improvement over the last 5 years. What that tells us is that the attention to these critical things has been much, much improved over the last 5 years.
MMC for Economic Development in the city of Johannesburg, Nomoya Mnisi, says a health and environment certificate is a requirement for a spaza shop to be considered as compliant. Mnisi was speaking during a spaza shop and supermarket raid in Diepkloof in Soweto. The inspections followed the death of 2 children in the area last week. It is alleged that they fell ill after consuming snacks allegedly bought from local sponsor shops. Over 26 children have died from foodborne illnesses in Gauteng this year alone. Nisi says some shops were found to have workers who were undocumented foreign nationals.
In shops where we find that you have employed foreigners who do not have documentation to be here in the country, what we then do, because this is a multidisciplinary operation, we then have immigration amongst us. They take them to police station to verify if they are indeed here in the country illegally. If they find that they are illegally in the country, then they are going to do their process, which is deporting them.
Kenyan forces have demolished the home of one of Haiti's most feared gang leaders, Jimmy Isherazia, who's better known as Barbecue. He fled his home near Port-au-Prince after a surprise attack left 2 of his closest associates dead and many others injured. Recapping the top story, security expert Mike Bolhuis says the only way to significantly reduce crime in the country is for the South African police to increase their deployment on the ground. I am Ondelambana for SFM News, headlines at 4:30.
Coming up in your sports this hour, Box boosts Bulls touring squad. Bavuma reflects on a decade in the Protea setup and SASCOC elections this weekend. More details at 4:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the M1 southbound in central Johannesburg is slow moving towards Crown Interchange. The M1 northbound in Woodmead, slow moving towards Buccleuch Interchange, and the R21 southbound in Kempton Park has a crash reported after the R23 Benoni exit. In KZN, the N3 westbound has a stationary truck reported at Cliffdale. The N3 in Pietermaritzburg is a truck crash reported, affecting traffic in both directions between Ashburton and Market Road exit. The N3 has truck crash reported between Moerrivier and Escort, so expect delays, and Umgeni Road westbound, slow moving through Springfield Park. In Cape Town, the N2 Nelson Mandela Boulevard outbound is slow moving towards Hospital Bend. Bacon Cross Street outbound is slow moving towards the elevated freeway, and Strand Road eastbound slow moving towards the R300 highway. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide, leading the conversation. If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Imagine if every child born today and tomorrow and the next day and the next had enough love, enough food, enough safety and brain power. Today and tomorrow and the next day and the next. Together, we will change our future. Visit holdmyhand.org.za.
The Northwest Provincial Legislature Portfolio Committee on Premier and Finance, led by Honorable Nathan Oliphant, will conduct public hearings on Division of Revenue Amendment Bill 2024 on the 28th November 2024 at Tsirilamolomo Tribal Hall in Tsirilamolomo near Mahikeng, Matwang Community Hall in Matwang near Potchefstroom, Carverdale Community Hall in Bloemhof, and Lehonyane Community Hall in Lehonyane near Brads. All hearings start at 10.
It's heating up on My Design Rules, South Africa's hottest interior design reality show, this Sunday evening at 7 on S3. Watch as our design duos get cooking on their kitchen spaces. It's the heart of the home, but with the stress of deadline hanging over their heads, it's causing nothing but high blood pressure. Channel your interior designer with My Design Rules, Sunday evenings at 7 only on S3.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Tell you what, it's interesting, just picking up on the back of the conversation I had with Refilwe Mongale, the Executive Manager for Road Safety Stakeholder Relations at the Road Traffic Management Corporation. I'm thinking about I'm thinking about, just road safety in general. And the reason I say that is on Friday I met someone, Imran Vanka. We've chatted before, and he spoke about listening to the show and, other things. And then I asked him, what does he do? And he spoke about the fact that he's amongst many other things, the chairman of the Audit Committee of the United Nations, as well as Director of Standards at the Independent Regulatory Board for Auditors in South Africa, and convenes the Audit and Ethics Committee and the Committee for Auditing Standards in our country. So, and there's more, okay? So clearly someone of great standing in our country. That was we spoke before, but on Friday we said hello and we agreed to meet up again sometime soon. And then we find out yesterday that he was somewhere in between Johannesburg and Maritzburg, and I'm not too sure whether it's Ladysmith or some other parts of the Free State. And himself and his daughter Sarah were involved in a car crash, and both of them sadly passed away. And the funeral is later this afternoon, I think 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock. And again, the point I want to bring up is how many stories have we got like that? And when you compare that to other countries in the world, we don't, they don't come close to us in terms of the numbers of fatalities on our roads, particularly national roads. It's just it's a game. And I'm not too sure in this case who did what and what happened. So not putting blame to one person or whatever, but just stating the reality that it's taken the way of lives of so many people. And of course, if it's someone that's close to you, it's important. But also it's taken away the lives of so many people of huge significance and contribution to our country, locally, but also globally, as in the case of Imran Vanka. And I think his daughter, I believe, was just finishing her last year of medicine this year, something like that. So very close. But they're gone. And again, victims of road accidents. Let's move on to another issue that should get us all thinking. The Auditor General, Tsakani Maluleke, has raised a concern regarding the high-impact oddities that have the biggest impact on the lives of South Africans and on government finances. His point is they've not yet demonstrated good performance against their planned targets. So what does all that mean? Well, according to the Auditor General, these high-impact oddities were responsible for approximately 77% of the 2023-24 expenditure budget of national and provincial governments, and they continue to have the worst audit outcomes. So what's the problem? What's the concern? How do we fix all of this up? Bongi Noma with me, Head of the National Audit at the Auditor General's Office. Bongi, appreciate your time. Thanks for connecting to us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Thank you for having me.
Okay, help us understand this. I mean, for some people, it's very easy to understand what I've just said, but for others, they'll be saying, what are we saying? Are we saying audits are not being done properly and they're costing us money, or targets are not being met and there are no sufficient checks and balances? What is the issue here?
Yes. Look, what the Auditor General announced this afternoon was that overall the outcomes have improved. The audit outcomes have improved. However, the key service delivery departments, as you've outlined just now, Ashraf, the high impact auditees, show the declining audit results, which then means the ones that are in the qualified zone still have got issues that they need to address, issues such as non-compliance to legislation, issues where they must improve performance management or information so that they can enhance the service delivery. So the AG highlighted 5 areas that she believes if this 7th administration were to begin to tackle, we can start to see a better service delivery in the future. Areas such as the procurement and contract management, where there's significant issues that continue to persist, where quotations and the bidding processes are not applied, uncompetitive procurement practices are still observed, there's issues of unfair evaluations. But most importantly, what we need to be asking ourselves is what is the impact of all of this? She also outlined another high-risk area that she has elevated to the 7th administration, which is in the area of infrastructure, where we have visited about 143 projects across the country. And in those projects, we have found that there are issues within the 86% of them. Issues such as the significant delays, poor construction quality, issues where some of the projects that were used were actually not usable post the completion. And there's a strong relationship now with the area of procurement that I've highlighted, because some of these projects have had contractors that are unqualified. Some of these have had contractors that were not performance managed. Some contractors did not have the skill to conduct these projects. She also highlighted a third area of risk, which is the IT systems, that our government's IT systems, they lack modernization. And you would have noted that there were many instances of cybersecurity that were elevated by some of the ministers. Again, she highlighted the need to pay also attention to the issue of systems. But most importantly, all of these things translate to poor quality of spend. And you would know that we are in a country that is suffering with limited resources, but we continue to see issues where there's poor payment practices, there's these unfair procurement practices that I've highlighted, and also there are still instances of unauthorized expenditure. But what is key again here is lack of accountability and lack of enforcement of consequences in the areas that I have highlighted. So in the main, those were the five risks that she elevated to the seventh administration.
And you mentioned procurement as top of the list. I think we all understand that one, right? What about industry specific? Did a trend of that come through to say procurement, but in these industries it's worse than in others?
Look, it's across. When she talked about the outcomes that are not so great in the high impact audits, there you talk about the health service sector, education sector, the human settlements, the transport sector, water and sanitation. So bulk of the issues that we refer to within this procurement and contract management and in these infrastructure areas where projects are delayed are within these high impact audits, or what we call key service delivery audits.
Therefore, in terms of the Auditor General's report, I mean, I would take it there would be some advice in terms of what should be happening next. Cautionary notes and bits of advice in terms of the way ahead.
Of course. So what she's elevating in this report is that there is urgency to professionalize the public sector. So that is one of the major recommendations that she's raising. She says it's important that we get the right skills in the right places. It's important that there is modernization and integration of systems. Once you have those service providers that are appointed but without the skill, then it will compromise service delivery. It is important that we professionalize these services so that there will be intergovernmental and institutional planning for delivery by various departments. It is important to professionalize public sector so that the quality of spending and the overspending also is reined in. It is important to professionalize so that the cybersecurity vulnerabilities can be addressed. Again, once you have a professionalized public service, they will implement consequences in the instances that I've highlighted of procurement and contract management issues or infrastructure issues that I've highlighted.
But do you get a sense that there's an appetite for that professionalizing public service? It's been a big political hot potato for a while, depending on which political party we talk to, right? And many believe it has to be the way to go. Yet the reality is these appointments are very linked to cadre deployments and it doesn't matter which party we're talking about. There is a sense that there has to be a payback for support. So how do we move away from effectively ensuring the public service is completely apolitical?
Look, fortunately, DPSA, that is the Department of Public Service and Administration, are the owners of this professionalization framework. So that framework was endorsed by the cabinet of the 6th administration, and it's got important elements in it. The key one is appointments must be made on merit. That is number one. And then the second most important as well is that once these professionals are appointed, then they must be developed. Number three, there must be performance management systems to ensure that their delivery is expressed in their KPIs or in their indicators. Thereafter, there has got to be processes to develop them. So once that framework, which has been adopted, has been implemented, I believe, and she believes, we will begin to see improvement in the public service. So it is a process that has now recently started. We see a lot of appetite by DPSA in implementing this framework, and the outcome of it is yet to be felt by the public service.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to add to that you think is a significant takeout that we need to make?
Look, the one thing which she boasts about, I would like to maybe just throw in, is the fact that the material irregularities, which is the act that became effective in 2019, are beginning to show some impact. For an example, we were able to recover about 3.39 billion in resource protection because of these powers that she had started to use since 5 years ago. We also are beginning to see resources being utilized where resources were lying idle. We are also beginning to see accounting officers react and being responsive to all these powers. So that is the one area I would have wanted to elevate.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Lots to consider coming out of that, and that's what we need as a country. Bongi Noma, the head of the National Audit at the Auditor General of South Africa's office. Appreciate your time. Right, what about your comments? I mean, this is the national pulse. Does that move your pulses? Do you get a feel of what it is that moves the pulse today? That should certainly get you thinking about, many organizations that are spot on regarding audits and checks and balances. Many others are not. That also made the point about accidents again and made the note again, another high-profile accident death with regard to Imran Vanker, who's been a senior auditor, by the way, with coincidence, in South Africa and around the world. And then that issue about a cashless society. Do you think South Africa is up for being a cashless society? All things digital in all our money transactions or not? And if we don't, what happens to us versus the rest of the world? And I can say from my experience right now, the world is moving towards that, and they're moving so at breathtaking pace. So again, it's like a mobile phone. If you say no to mobile phones, you're going to be left by the wayside. So cashless society seems like it's completely foreign to all of us right now, but it's going to come as sooner than you may think. And best we get used to it, and how we handle it with digital literacy is something government and various organizations and NGOs and NPOs and companies absolutely must pay attention to. This is the National Pulse.
Andile, the CEO of a multinational corporation, is driving home with his daughter.
Dad, why is the Tooth Fairy so stingy?
Stingy? Well, she makes sure everyone gets something.
Does everyone at your company get something?
Yes, they're covered by Old Mutual Corporate's employee benefits.
Even Abdul.
Of course, he gets retirement benefits.
And Sisampa on that big machine.
She gets group risk cover if that big machine hurts her.
Wow, that's amazing, Dad.
Visit oldmutual.co.za/employee benefits and go from questions to solutions for your employees with Old Mutual Corporate. Old Mutual Life Assurance Company SA Limited is a licensed FSP and life insurer. T's and C's apply.
It'll be a hot affair between the Proteas and the English this summer. Who are the real queens of T20 cricket? Protea Fire meets England at Willowmore Park. What a summer without cricket. This is the third and final Women's T20 international match, where summer cricket comes alive. South Africa versus England on Saturday 30 November at 6 p.m. live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and reports on various SABC radio stations. Also available at your fingertips on SABC Plus, proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Conversations that you connect with and react to. SAFM.
And if you think that's the only drama we have in the world, certainly think again. Now, SARS have confirmed they've made a significant development in their effort to combat tax evasion. What they've done specifically, this is a high-profile case involving SARS coming together with KZN police in searching doing a search of Sean Mkhize's premises or home, right? This is, I understand, in Durban, and it's really part of them trying to get their act together. And I wonder, it's been alerted by just this incredibly and allegedly lavish lifestyle that many people have seen. So I can't say much about it, excepting I wonder what you think about that, right? The broader issue is a question I've asked you as well, and I'd like to get more thoughts. Glenn has a view on this one. I'm asking you, who do you admire? Which politician do you admire, young or old, right, who is involved in a political party whose policies you do not support? That means you don't vote for that party, but you're like, hey, this person, it could be an older person, could be someone who's like just 25 or 30, like, hey, man, I really admire that person. Who's that person? Glenn, you have a view in Bedford View. Hi, Glenn.
Hi, Ashraf. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Go for it, Glenn.
I like John Steenhuisen from the DA.
Okay, right. And obviously, I take it you don't support his party, right?
No. I would never vote for the DA. Yeah, but I like the man. He's very articulate. I enjoy always listening to him. Even if you ask him questions, he is very direct. He will never leave you hanging. He answers questions thoroughly. So I really like his politics. Perhaps one day, if we were to break away from the DA, I would definitely vote for him.
Okay, well, I mean, that's precisely my point. Thanks for that, Glenn. That's exactly the point I'm saying. You don't like the party, you don't like the policies, you don't want to vote for them, but like, hey, you admire someone, and it just so happens you admire the leader of the party. I know some people are listening around the country say, but that's like a contradiction. But there are many others like that. Remember the time of 1994, the amount of people who did not vote for the ANC, but they spoke about Madiba with tremendous love, right? It's like our president, but they never voted for him. Not before, not after. They just didn't. But they certainly embraced him. Maybe that's different, I think, because he was presidential, right? I don't know. But certainly that's the point. Who do you admire, a politician that you actually don't vote, but you don't like their party, but you admire the politician anyway?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. My name is Elfas Ngoboye in KwaZulu-Natal. You know, my favorite politician has to be Tokyo Sexwale, or should I say the former politician, because I believe now he's in business. You know, the man is so honest about the ANC. He loves the ANC, but you will never see him jostling for any position, and he doesn't have any aspirations of being the president of the party. Enjoy your afternoon, Ashraf.
I don't know, but okay, you. But did he not have aspirations? My memory doesn't serve me well. I know he was the premier of Gauteng, and big business, but not just in business. I mean, lucrative business. We know that part. Yeah, okay, I hear you. So you don't really. Do I also take it you don't like the policies of his party, but you certainly like him? Because I mean that's really the basis of what I'm asking you. That you don't like the party, but you certainly like the politician.
Afternoon, Ashraf. The politicians I like, although I don't support their political party, it's Musima Imane, Josie from EFF, Mkalipi from EFF, Kwankwa from UDM, and that one for Shengwa, IFP. Very intelligent politicians. Ashraf, EFF is being represented by white supremacy there by the Constitutional Court. How he hates white supremacy. The white supremacy is representing EFF and Malema there. Memo from Brixton.
Okay, Ronald, there you are. Got us thinking about that one, Ronald. Yeah, I mean, you've given us a whole list of different politicians that you admire, and all from parties that you don't necessarily support. There's been a comment on Spaza shop registrations.
Good afternoon, Ashraf Gada and all your team of producers. Ashraf, this issue of Spaza registration, it is a problem to us in rural areas. Proof of residence, which normally cost us 50 Rand annually, now is 250 Rand. From there you must go to Territorial Council, where we used to pay 150. Now it's 500 Rand. Municipality wants 340 to make a total of 1,090. This is ridiculous. To Kokta Minister and MECs, what is the name of these monies? Because the headmen and the chiefs get paid from government. Why we as poor people forced to pay these rich leaders? Always, poor men will feel it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Well, that's an ongoing level of frustration, isn't it, around that? I think, and whether there's a difference between registration in rural areas or townships or in big cities, but I feel for you. I really do. Okay, let's get another comment. Mabula in Polokwane, go ahead on your favorite politician.
Hi, Ashraf. You have a colleague there by the name of Kabel, the same name. I wonder if she's from Limpopo because they are our relatives. Just ask her. Jack Bloom. Jack Bloom of BA in Gauteng.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Jack Bloom from BA. He's their shadow.
Oh, Jack, you're talking of Jack. Is it that's what's it? Jack Bloom, right? Yeah.
Yes. Very detailed. I mean, that man knows health in and out. And I just wish we had more politicians that know their portfolio like him. It's just, but I really like him. I've been following him for years. Another one would be like Helen Zille. I think also when she's on a particular area, she really gets to know her stuff. But Jack Bloom takes the trophy. You can ask him anything else in Gauteng, he will tell you,
All right. Well, I think you're right. I've interviewed him many times. Very, very articulate. Certainly knows his story. Absolutely. As far as Tumi is concerned, we're going to ask her during the sports bulletin whether she's got connections from Limpopo. So listen to that. That comes up in the next few minutes, right? In fact, I was going to talk more, and I'm not even watching my time. It's 4:30. It's time for the news headlines. Here's Ondela.
Thank you, Ashraf. In your news headlines, the Auditor General has raised concerns over the audit performance of some of the most important national and provincial government departments. The South African Revenue Service has conducted a search and seizure raid at the La Lucia mansion in Durban of socialite and businesswoman Sean Kize. And security expert Mike Bolhuis says the only way to significantly reduce crime in the country is for the South African police to increase their deployment on the ground. A full update follows at the top of the hour with Greg Hoos.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the R55 northbound in Crawthorne has delays towards Tambuti Road. The M1 southbound in central Johannesburg slow moving towards Crown Interchange. The R21 southbound in Kempton Park has a crash before the R24 Airport Interchange, and the M1 northbound in Woodmead queuing towards Buccleuch Interchange. In KZN, the N2 southbound has a truck crash before Sibaya Drive exit. The N3 westbound in Pietermaritzburg has a truck crash reported between Ashburton and Market Road exit. The road's closed, causing heavy delays. The N3 westbound has a stationary truck at Cliffdale, and the N3 eastbound queuing traffic towards Ashburton. In Cape Town, the N1 outbound slow moving towards Okavango Road exit. The N2 outbound is slow moving towards the R300 highway. The M3 southbound slow moving towards Rhodes Drive, and the M5 northbound slow moving towards the N1 Kuberg interchange. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
This is SAFM Sports with Tumi Nkapele.
Right, Tumi, wait, hold it. Before we talk sports, so we had a caller a few minutes ago. In fact, he said, you share the same surname as him.
Is it?
Are you from Limpopo? Because he's trying to check if you guys are related.
I'm married into a Limpopo, not Limpopo, a Sepedi family. So my husband is from Limpopo. So I'm originally from Mafikeng.
But through your husband, you're now related to this guy.
Yes, we are related.
You guys are cousins. There we are. Invite her for Christmas, man.
Alrighty, let's get straight
let's talk about the Bulls.
Yeah.
That's appropriate too. Yeah.
Well, the Bulls have announced a strong touring squad for their final overseas task of the year. The strong squad, which includes almost all of their Springbok players, will face Connacht in Galloway on Saturday night, and they head across for their massive Champions Cup opener against Saracens next weekend. Now, the Bulls are currently lying third on the table with 4 wins in 5 games, and the match in Connacht is a massive one for them as well, considering that they have never won in Galway in their short URC history. In cricket, the Proteas men's test captain Themba Bavuma has reflected on his 10 years in the Proteas setup as they welcome Sri Lanka for 2 test matches. Bavuma made his debut back in 2014 during an exciting time for Cricket South Africa, with the national dominating world cricket. The last decade has seen the Proteas declining a bit in test matches, and Bavuma says that the current bunch of players has potential to reclaim glory days of South Africa in long formats.
Potentially, definitely. Look, I can't put my finger to it, to be honest with you, but there is something kind of special about the group. I think also the way the team has come together. If I look at the different series from West Indies last year to India, there've always been different individuals coming in. Other guys have stayed, other guys haven't stayed, and I guess it was all about putting together this team of personalities, guys who effectively can do something special for the team. And I think we're starting to get to that point. In this series, there's no new faces per se, so we're definitely settling in as a team, and guys are very comfortable with each other. But yeah, for me, there is a sense of something special can come about this team, and I guess we have 4 or 5 games to kind of do that. Yeah.
Move on to football. Cape Town Tinkler says that he is hoping to solve his team's goal-scoring conundrum when Polokwane City arrive at Athlone Stadium tomorrow. City are the joint second lowest scorers in the league with just 2 goals from their opening 5 matches. Only Richards Bay have fared worse. The Mother City outfit have only recorded 1 win this season, and they find themselves 2 points clear of the danger zone in 13th place. Elsewhere, Zambia forward Barbara Banda has been voted BBC Women's Footballer of the Year. She received the most votes from readers of the BBC Sport website after a 5-player shortlist that was announced last month. Banda scored 4 goals for Zambia at the Paris Olympics this summer, including a first-half hat-trick against Australia, becoming the leading African goal scorer in Olympic history with 10. Then in netball, Johannesburg is aiming for a hat-trick of titles at the SPAR National Netball Championships, which is scheduled to take place from the 1st to the 7th of December, and it's happening at the Ellis Park Outdoor Netball Courts. Johannesburg will host this tournament, which was rescheduled from its usual August date due to the Olympic Games during Women's Month. And Johannesburg coach Elsia Jordan is confident that her team can clinch a 3rd consecutive championship on home turf.
Yeah, we are now the double champions, and it will be nice to do it 3 times in a row. It's always very special if you can do it 3 times in a row. So we're definitely going and trying to defend our title. We've got a new team, and we've lost a few players to the under-21 team as well as to the Proteas, of course. But Joburg has a lot of depth, and it's another opportunity for other players to step in and play. So. Super excited. I think we've got a great mix of players, and it's going to be very challenging. It's 9 games until Thursday, and then only semis and finals. So you need to have a lot of depth in your squad to be able to manage that amount of games within 4 days.
Then finally, International Olympic Committee President Thomas Bach anticipates that the upcoming South African Sports Confederation and Olympic Committee elections will be conducted in accordance with the rules and regulations that are set by the global governing body. The highly anticipated elections are scheduled to take place at the Olympic House on Saturday, and SASCOC President Barry Hendricks will run unopposed, securing another 4-year term to lead the organization. And Bach is quite confident that these elections will proceed smoothly this weekend. With that said, it is a wrap from my side for now.
Before I let you go, I want to ask you something, and if you don't have the answers, well, it's not a question, a quiz, it's just something to think about. You can let me know just now. So, where the rugby, the stadium in Cape Town is called what's it DHL?
DHL, yeah.
Okay. And then Ellis Park is Emirates Ellis Park. Have you got it right?
Emirates Ellis Park,
checking.
yes.
And then and then you get the Allianz Arena, which is it's a football stadium in Europe, right? Mm-hmm. And then what else have we got? The
Emirates.
Emirates, which one is that? The rugby, the Arsenal Football Club.
Yes, the Arsenal.
My question to you is, certain stadiums have got sponsors' names now attached to it. In the case of Emirates Stadium, that's the full name. It's not even like Emirates Highbury, for example. It's Emirates, right? Do you like that, or don't you like it?
I think I've gotten used to it, whether I like it or not.
Okay, because I'm saying this and I have to watch my delivery. DHL Cape Town Stadium doesn't work for me. It just doesn't have a nice ring to it, in my opinion. Okay? Yeah, and even Emirates Ellis Park doesn't have a nice ring to it. But Emirates Stadium, London, somehow it's just grown because there's no other name attached to it. Mm-hmm. When you have a sponsor's name, and I think Wanderers, what's the sponsor for Wanderers also?
It's the...
we see we're both struggling, which shows it's not linked to us here.
I forgot.
Okay, you'll
now.
tell us just now. But think about it. I mean, well, maybe the question to you and even to the audience here: does when you have a sponsor's name attached to a name of a stadium, we know why, because clearly they're giving them big money, so it's very important. But does it actually live with you? Do you like it, or do you find it irritating? And then do you find the other example where the sponsor's name is the full name of the stadium, like the Emirates Stadium? What happens there? And then, of course, we had the ridiculous example of the FNB Stadium or Soccer City during the 2010 World Cup, which became... Do you know the 2010 World Cup was not played at Soccer City? It was played at not even the FNB Stadium. It just played at the National Stadium.
Yeah.
Just for the World Cup. Like that's the most... Honestly, that was the most ridiculous. The National Stadium, which lasted a month only. Right.
No, man, I know the Wanderers Stadium. I
Okay, you tell
literally
me
know
just now. Think about it. More sport in an hour.
The Malian team, Stade Malien, are on a big mission to triumph in their own backyard. But Stellies of Mzansi Africa want to open their Group B curtain with maximum points in Bamako. This is the Total Energies CAF Confederation Cup. Experience the delight of African football. Stade Malien de Bamako FC versus Stellenbosch FC on Wednesday, 27 November at 6 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available on SABC Plus. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Think festive season. Can you hear it? See it? Now imagine it purple. Yes, forget the tinsel because Click season is purple. It's that time of the year for the famous Clicks 3-for-2 purple sticker promotion. Mix and match any 3 festive gifts with a purple sticker and get the cheapest one free. Clicks. Feel good, pay less. Deals valid until 24 December or while stocks last. T's and C's apply.
For 30 years, we've stood together, advancing collective action to end violence against women and children. But the fight is far from over. Your voice matters. Every action counts. From educating our communities to supporting survivors, it's time to unite and create a future free from fear. Join SAFM for 16 days of activism. Together we can make a difference. Together we can end the violence. Because 30 years of progress means we cannot stop now. Let's advance the fight. Stand up, speak out, take action. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Okay, so here's a message to all of you as Mzansi. Now, I don't play the Powerball, so I didn't win last week. I'm not going to do it this week either. But if you're up for it, the estimated jackpot this week, today, in fact, is 77 million rands. And now you heard that right. Play Powerball for an estimated 77 million rand jackpot. And you could be toasting to big millions. And you need to get to enter, really. Get to the website, nationallottery.coza. That's in-store, or the mobile app, cell phone banking, or you can dial *120 *7529 hash for USSD. Panda Pusha Play. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. Ichuba is the proud operator of the National Lottery.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Let's get to those numbers with Makwe Masilela, Chief Investment Officer at Makwe Fund Managers. Makwe, you've got some news, local and global, but before that, PAPCOR's yearly results. Tell me about that.
Yeah, these are the owners of PEP, Ashraf, and afternoon to you and to your listeners. And the group managed to capture additional market share and increase gross profit margin through improved full price sales, meaning there are no discounts. And Ashraf Pepco accounts for nearly 2 out of every 3 baby wear sales, 1 out of every 2 kids wear sales, 3 out of 4 school wear sales, and 7.5 out of 10 prepaid cellular handsets. And the guy's revenue was up 7.8%. And when it comes to markets, Trump comments that he will impose a 25% tariff on all products from Mexico and Canada, and also an additional 10% tariff on goods from China. That led to the Mexico peso and Canadian dollar, including the rand, to fall against the US dollar. And Trump's threats ramped up investor concerns over a renewed global trade war, especially with China. And China decried the threat with the possibility of a retaliation from Beijing that also dampened risk appetite. And market participants participants will also be studying the Fed minutes from their last meeting. And locally, we saw our building confidence holding steady at 40 points. And apparently, big contractors are the most optimistic, though the general mood remains muted. And oil is picking up after a sell-off on possible Middle East ceasefire. And we see Brent crude is up 5% at $73. And bargain hunting is helping the euro metal to regain some of its shine. And today is up 0.2% at 2,632. But the platinum is down 0.5%. And the global markets are mixed, but the local pulse is up 0.5%, with our industrials doing most of the heavy lifting. And unfortunately, the rand is down 0.8% against the US dollar is now 18.18, 22.84 against the pound, and 19.06 against the euro.
Yeah, perfect. We'll connect with you again tomorrow, Makwe Masilela. Thank you for your time. Let's move on to, in fact, I'll take your voice notes, right, and your calls in a moment.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Okay, let's get to some of your voice notes. Lots of people commenting about... In fact, before I get to that, here's one. Good afternoon, Ashraf. I don't know if you've seen this video about Ethiopians, Somalians, Pakistanis saying on the 16th of December they'll be marching to Ramaphosa's house after that, they'll be taking it to Nelson Mandela Foundation to hand over a memo. The troubling fact is how they are threatening to shed blood to whoever they will get in their way. Ashraf, I think we've been too quiet from Mr. Mabena and from Zola. In fact, I've seen the petition, by the way, and I think, yes, it's a good reminder. I must get Keys and Temba to say, hold it. We need to speak to them about in terms of what actually their plan is, because I also know, I heard one of them say they'll come armed, which clearly should not be the case, isn't it? Okay, thank you for that. Let's get to the other comments about politicians that you admire, that even though you do not like their party at all, you hate their party. Should I say that? But you don't like their party, you won't vote for them, but you like the politician, sometimes even the leader.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and good afternoon to the listeners of SAFM. The one it's Tumelo from Kimberley in the Northern Cape. I'm a staunch ANC supporter and a voter. But there's one leader from IFP who's quite iconic and quite undervalued, if I may put it that way. His name is Nkululeko Shengwa. Okay. I think he's by far one of the best young leaders and leaders in general in society. He's quite passionate, and I like him a lot. He's one for the future.
Okay, well, there you are. Got that. Certainly, IFP leader. Many people have spoken about him too, so that's a nice one. I mean, this is really a nice conversation we're having, isn't it? Let's get another.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. My name is Elfas Ngoboye in KwaZulu-Natal. My favorite politician has to be Tokyo Sexwale, or should I say the former politician, because I believe now he's in business. The man is so honest about the ANC, loves the ANC, but you will never see him jostling for any position, and he doesn't have any aspirations of being the president of the party. Enjoy your afternoon, Ashraf.
Okay, thank you for that. In fact, I think we played that already, but yes, he's in business, made the point already. Thank you for that, right? Let me just see if we can get down to others. There's a comment about the cashless society.
Hi, Ashraf. Ashraf, great show as always. Speaking of cashless society, I was in China for a month between June and July, and it's amazing there. Even if you buy a cool drink, just costs like 12 Rand. You use your phone and you scan the barcode and off you go. Even the beggar on the street sits there on the street corner. He's got a little QR code on the floor that you scan him and you give him how much money you want. That's how China is at the moment. And for us to get there, man, it's going to take a long time. But I hope it goes there eventually. Thank you. Great show. Cheers.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the feedback. And yeah, keep on listening to the National Pulse. It's certainly got a feel of your pulse and the nation's too. But you see, it's not a case of it's going to take a long time to get to China. I think that's true. But do we have to get there? That's my point. I don't think the way the world is going now, it's something you can opt out of. You can't opt out of it. If opting out is like saying we're not going to use Wi-Fi because we like traditional dial-up. You just can't do that any longer. No, you can't.
Ashraf and the SAFM listener. Ashraf, you know what? Those, fake police are checking the cars. I think like the government must have in this, number, special number, if you're suspecting the car which is following you as a police with a blue light, so that you can call in the number plate and verify it with the police immediately. That, there's this car, because it's something which is not going to be every day. So they need like maybe to make it quick for each and every motorist to have access on that number, to call that, there's a police of this kind, so and so. So then, is it, verifying it, then is it fine? Then after that, then they give you like the answer.
Okay, thanks for that warning about the police. Here's another.
Good afternoon, Asha. In politics, my favorite person is the president, Matamela Rama. He's very, very intelligent, that man. Yeah, he doesn't say wara, 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 Matamela.
Okay, but I guess the point is I'm assuming then you didn't vote for his party, but you like the president, because that's what I'm talking about. I like the way you said wara, 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 wara. Nobody says that like you, I can tell you.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. My favorite mayor, I would say, Celia Brink. I think that man is brilliant. So I think they need to see what they want to do and give him a chance. Yeah, I think Celia Brink, that's my man.
And it almost said Celia Blink, yeah. Okay, got that about you blink, you lose, or something along that. Get your point. Nice call. Let me see if I can play just maybe one more before we get on to what we're talking about next. And it's again about the politicians.
My favorite politician has to be Tokyo Sefane.
Good afternoon. My name is Hoto from Tawaza Kari. The politician that I admire the most, Hunevalt, from Freedom Front Plus. That gentleman, when we ask him questions, he goes straight to the point. You call a spade. Mr. Hunevalt, Freedom Front Plus. I admire that man. I wish I can have a tea with him. Thank you. Bye.
Well, there you are. You're taking it a step further. Which politician would you like to have tea with and invite them out to tea? And I wonder whether they're going to say yes to it. Thank you for that. I'll play some more. So politicians is the one thing. The issue of the overall issue of the what's happening at the Concord. We'll talk about that. Big reflection coming up after 5. But there's a fascinating campaign we'll touch on next.
It will be a hot affair between the Proteas and the English this summer. Who are the real queens of T20 cricket? Protea Fire meets England at Willowmore Park. What a summer without cricket. This is the third and final Women's T20 international match, where summer cricket comes alive. South Africa versus England on Saturday 30 November at 6 p.m. live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and reports on various SABC radio stations. Also available at your fingertips on SABC Plus, proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Ask a man who's late for work after his car got hit by a truck, desperately waiting for help, if he's glad he saved 14 Rand on his insurance premium. Ask a man if buying the cheapest insurance was really worth it. And now ask yourself, when suddenly happens, who's there for you?
Auto in general. Car insurance with Auto SOS. Emergency accident detection and response. Visit autogen.co.za for a quote. Auto SOS is available to comprehensive car customers. A&G is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
It's heating up on My Design Rules, South Africa's hottest interior design reality show, this Sunday evening at 7 on S3. Watch as our design duos get cooking on their kitchen spaces. It's the heart of the home, but with the stress of deadline hanging over their heads, it's causing nothing but high blood pressure. Channel your interior designer with My Design Rules, Sunday evenings at 7 only on S3.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
All right, it's campaign time. Of course, it's the season for, it's holiday season coming up. It's imminent. But also part of that has got to be the issues of alcohol consumption. And I know that for many people listening, it's a case of if you drink with responsibility. For many others, it's like we don't drink at all. Of course, we have different personalities and different lifestyles. But here's an interesting campaign that's been put together by aware.org. And their campaign is to combat underage drinking. So let's find out more about what they're trying to do with Mokebe Tulo, who's the CEO of aware.org. Mokebe, I appreciate your time. Thanks for connecting on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon to your listeners. Thank you so much for having us.
Pleasure. Right, go ahead. So what's the problem? The problem is underage drinking, I gather. How do you combat that?
Well, one of the problems is underage drinking. At AWARE, which is the Association for Alcohol Responsibility and Education, we focus on three very significant pillars related to alcohol harm. Our key pillar is no to underage drinking, followed by don't drink and drive, as well as safe pregnancies. But in this case, indeed, we are speaking to underage drinking. We have an absolute zero tolerance towards underage drinking. And so what we've done is, along with the rest of the work we do, related to, again, the education and awareness around the harms related to underage drinking, is that we've created this campaign, as you put it, called, it sits on Roblox, which is a platform. It's called Party in My Pocket, and it is the use of gamification to teach young people how to make the right decisions, to teach them the harms related to underage drinking, and of course to entertain them in their downtime, because exams are done, they've got so much time on their hands, and this is a great time to do this.
So how do you go about teaching them? How do you go about teaching them? And I guess part of the teaching is they have to use the gaming you refer to. They actually have to use it, right?
That is correct. So of course, not all young people are gamers. Not all young people. We're talking 11 to 17 here when we're talking about underage drinking. That is our target audience. Although in some cases we have seen the numbers go even younger, which is alarming. And that's why we say we have to have 360 campaigns across the board when it comes to the education and awareness. But this specific one sits in the gaming space, and I think a lot of parents even will be familiar with the platform called Roblox. And Roblox is this digital world that a lot of young people are very familiar with and spend a lot of time on, where you get to basically experience different experiences, whether it be with your friends online. You get to live a life. You get to have a persona online. So in this case, we've created a party that is accessible to young people in South Africa, which is phase 2 of what we did earlier this year, which was a great success. So we thought, why not capitalize on this success and look at this time of year? So basically, they have to go onto the platform, they have to download the game, and they simply play the game, and they've got incentives on the game. It's called UGC on the platform. They choose the personalities. It is an obstacle course related game. These are called OBs on the game. So all gamers know exactly what I'm talking about right now, yes.
And clearly I don't, because I don't play it. But here's the point, right? In terms of playing this game, right, is the end goal, rewards for not succumbing to underage drinking, or is that not the end goal? It's just another game, but there's a narrative that is slit through within the concept of the actual game itself. So what I'm saying is it a hard sell or a soft sell?
It's a soft sell. So we don't per se hard sell. Young people know that they shouldn't be drinking. Everyone under the age of 18 generally knows, even if they do consume alcohol, that they shouldn't be doing it, that it is illegal to do. They might not necessarily know what the implications of it is, so we don't hard sell. So the point of us going into this digital space is to meet them where they are and to speak a language that they speak. So what we do throughout our work is to look at the drivers, for example, of underage drinking. And one of the drivers is that peer pressure is such a big driver when it comes to underage drinking. Role modeling in the household and even in the community are such big things. And therefore we inadvertently address such issues. So we don't actually use the word alcohol or drinking or show alcohol on the game at all. It's all about them going through this obstacle course, saving young people such as themselves who, and I don't want to give too much away, have potentially made the wrong decision.
Perhaps maybe as we end, I mean, you don't have much time, right? Just a few seconds. What has been the reaction so far?
So far, we've had an extremely positive reaction. Even on the first day, we were really, really pleased with the numbers as they sit. In the last run, we were aiming for about 50,000 young people, and I think we went more than 6 times that number. This time we're focusing specifically on young South Africans, and I think we're definitely going to exceed those numbers, which means that these young people are on the platform.
Okay.
So, yes.
All right, that's where we can leave it. Appreciate your time. Aware.org is the organization. The CEO is Mokebe Tulu. And check out, if you're up to gaming, the Roblox, ROBLOX, party in your pocket. Are you up for a party in your pocket? You could get some good advice if you are. Let's get the news now. It's 5 o'clock. Here's Greg House.
Thank you, Ashraf. In this news update, concern over government departments' audit performances and plans to boost environmental health inspectors. Good day to you. The Auditor General's raised concerns over the audit performances of some of the most important national and provincial government departments. Auditor General Sekani Maluleke delivered the audit outcomes of national and provincial departments for the year 2023-24 to a joint finance committee of Parliament's chairpersons.
These high-impact auditees account for 77% of the 2 trillion rand expenditure budget. So these are the big ticket items from a service delivery point of view, but also in terms of the budget that they look after. A cursory glance on the 2 bars at the top of the page will show you that indeed the high impact auditees lag behind the improvement trend that we've seen.
The Revenue Service has conducted a search and seizure raid at a mansion at La Lucia, north of Durban, belonging to socialite and businesswoman Shaun Mkhize. In 2019, SARS also raided the Mkhize home for allegedly owing the taxman more than 140 million rand. In a statement, the SARS Commissioner, Edward Kieswetter, says SARS will not waver in executing its mandate. Funele Mhlongo reports.
In a statement, SARS says that KwaZulu-Natal Local Division of the Durban High Court has granted a preservation order and a search and seizure warrant in the case involving the Commissioner for SARS versus Shaun Mkhize and others. SARS says the orders were obtained to prevent the dissipation of releasable assets, which it says could hinder the collection of taxes, and to secure evidence of potential non-compliance with tax laws administered by the SARS Commissioner.
Security expert Mike Bolhay says the only way to significantly reduce crime is for the police to increase their deployment on the ground. This comes after the announcement by the police minister that there was a drop in the second quarter crime figures in some major crimes, including murder and rape. Bolhay says the current police capacity needs to be drastically increased.
The problem is the policing situation in South Africa is not equipped to closely deal with the crime that we have in this country. And we need to get much more, triple more policemen and much more infrastructure to slam dunk this crime. Then it will stop on a zero tolerance basis. And then the criminals will know that crime does not pay, and then the criminal mind will stop at the thought of becoming a criminal because I can and can get away with it.
Gauteng Health MEC Nomantin Komarareoko says plans are underway to increase the number of environmental health inspectors to check for compliance of safety and health standards at spaza shops. She led a spaza shop inspection drive in Diepkloof in Soweto. The inspections follow the death of 2 children in the area last week. It's alleged they fell ill after consuming snacks allegedly bought from local spaza shops. The MEC elaborates.
It's going to be quite good now that as the government we are working together, because we will definitely achieve what we want to achieve as citizens of the province. But this thing it's really unfair because you have noticed the number of spaza shops in every area and we don't have health environmental officials that are enough in the municipality, even in the province, because of the size of the spaza shops that we have in our communities. In just Mamelodi alone, we've got more than 800 spaza shops. So definitely with the capacity that we have at the province and at the municipality, it's not going to be possible.
Liberation organizations in the SADC region must look at the challenges they're facing with honesty. That's according to Charles Mobita of the SWAPO Political School. Namibia will hold elections tomorrow and the governing party is facing a tough election challenge from opposition parties. Mobita spoke to SABC.
The question of unemployment, people are not being truthful about that. In the last 5 years alone, the SWAPO party government has employed more than 750,000 Namibians.
The top story, the Auditor General's raised concern over the audit performances of some of the most important national and provincial government departments. That's SAFM News. I'm Greg Close.
Coming up in your sports this hour, Orlando Pirates are all set for a CR Beloy start as they kick-start their CAF Champions League group stages. And the West Indies took a 1-0 lead in their 2-match series against Bangladesh after clinching a 201-run win on day 5 of the first test. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the M1 southbound is slow moving through Crown interchange towards Boysons. Fuel Road in Westbury is closed between Portland Avenue and Oudtshoorn Street. That's causing some slow moving traffic in the area. The N1 northbound in Midrand is slow moving towards Samrand Road. In KZN, the M13 westbound in Kloof has a stationary vehicle reported near the Pioneer Road exit. The N3 eastbound is queuing towards Ashburton. The N3 eastbound queuing towards Hammersdale. The N2 southbound, a truck crash reported before Sabaya Drive exit. And the N3 westbound queuing towards Spaghetti Junction. In Cape Town, the N2 outbound is slow moving towards the R300 highway. The N7 checks Huddle Drive southbound is slow moving towards Voortrekker Road. The N1 outbound slow moving towards the Okavango Road exit. And Bakengracht Street outbound is slow moving towards the elevated freeway. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide, leading the conversation.
The Malian team, Stade Malien, are on a big mission to triumph in their own backyard. But Stellies of Mzansi Africa want to open their Group B curtain with maximum points in Bamako. This is the Total Energies CAF Confederation Cup. Experience the delight of African football. Stade Malien de Bamako FC versus Stellenbosch FC on Wednesday, 27 November at 6 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available on SABC Plus. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For years, Outsurance has been saying they'll save you money on your car insurance, or you can ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand cash if they don't. Here's Fundi, 46 from Brackenfell.
I was not happy with what I was paying. I heard about the 500 Rand from Outsurance, but they give me lesser amount for my car. I'm paying 523 Rand on my 2013 Hyundai iX35.
So here's how it works. SMS out to 30754. We'll give you a no-obligation car insurance quote. If the quote is less than you're currently paying, you'll end up saving money on your car insurance every month. And if it's more than you're currently paying, you can ask for 500 Rand. And if you've been with the same insurer and claim free for 3 years or more, tell us you want 1,500 Rand.
Give Outsurance a call. It's a win-win. You can't lose.
SMS out to 30754 now. That's out to 30754. Outsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and limits apply. Premiums are risk profile dependent and reviewed annually. Client comments do not constitute financial advice.
For 30 years, we've stood together, advancing collective action to end violence against women and children. But the fight is far from over. Your voice matters. Every action counts. From educating our communities to supporting survivors, it's time to unite and create a future free from fear. Join SAFM for 16 days of activism. Together we can make a difference. Together we can end the violence. Because 30 years of progress means we cannot stop now. Let's advance the fight. Stand up, speak out, take action. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Well, welcome to the third hour of the National Pulse. I'm Ashraf Garda, glad to connect with you. By the way, do follow SAFM on all social media platforms, Instagram, TikTok. What else have I missed out? Twitter, of course, the X platform, as well as on Facebook. And while you're up to it, do follow me as well, Ashraf Garda, spelled ASHRAF. Garda. Love to engage with you, not just live on air, different ways to engage with an audience these days, right? And I know many people, because they've told me this, would bump into me and say, you know what, we listen to you on the way home from like 4:30 to 5:30 or 4:45 to 6 o'clock because I have a long trip home. Or others will say, actually, I work from home, but I listen either on radio or through streaming live. So whichever is your fancy, just wonderful that you connect with us. Here's a question to you, right, regarding politicians. So I want to ask you this, as I asked others before you. Is there a politician from a political party that you do not, so you don't support the political party, you don't like their policies, you don't vote for them, in fact you don't like them at all, but there's something about a politician, a certain politician from that party that you give the thumbs up, like, there's just something about this person I admire so much and I wish, like you wish they were in your party. So is there that person? Well, I want to know, so you tell me. And you can WhatsApp us right away, 0614 104 107, or to call in 086 000 2032. A politician, not from your party, but you still admire them. Don't just say Donald Trump, by the way. I'm just telling you. Okay, right. Let's get to one of the biggest issues of the day, clearly, right? And that's the ongoing, in fact, the proceedings at the Concourt in the Free State. It's actually going on even right now. That regards the EFF. On the one hand, they're not the only ones, right? Remember, challenging the issues around the Constitutional Court to declare the National Assembly's decision in December. In fact, it's in Bloemfontein. Did I say Free State? No, Bloemfontein, not Bloemfontein. So anyway, the EFF challenging or going to the Constitutional Court to declare the National Assembly's decision in December 2022 to not adopt the Section 89 panel report irrational and unlawful, and to have it set aside. That's the basis of their argument, right? So here we are. What we're going to do, it's ongoing even now, but I'm going to play some of the key sound clips of the day, the highlights of the day. Camille Premat is representing the EFF, and he argues for the amendment of the rules in relation to the adoption of Section 89 of the Constitution. Listen to us.
If Parliament is given an unfettered discretion in the way that it currently is, then cases like this, which we say are deserving cases, will be voted down. And either it will be voted down for spurious reasons, the distinction issue which I've dealt with already, or political reasons, which we learnt about through the ANC's affidavit. And unless that discretion is therefore constrained, and you know that in terms of the relief we seek two alternative amendment relief. It's either that the first stage becomes automatic, so in other words, where a panel says prima facie case box ticked, then that must automatically go to the committee and the committee decides innocence or guilt, or we say that Parliament must go and amend the rule to include factors, because those factors will then appropriately fetter the discretion that Parliament brings to bear when it makes this decision.
Okay. Then we've had response from Justice Ramaka Matobo, who then tells Camille Premad, remember representing the EFF, that he does not appreciate how Premad suggests to the court that the ANC members were influenced on how to vote.
Let's explore the votes at the National Assembly. Prior to the 7th Parliament, the ANC was the majority party.
Yes.
Hence, it amassed enough votes to vote down the panel's report.
Potentially, if the Government of National Unity, which represents a majority coalition with the ANC as a senior partner in that coalition, can whip the votes to vote down the report now.
What I don't understand or fail to appreciate is the suggestion that the MPs, when they voted against the report, they were influenced. In other words, it was unlawfully dictated upon them, i.e., they did not vote according to their conscience.
Yes.
Where do we find on the papers the facts that demonstrate that suggestion? You have, in your oral argument, said what the national chairperson of the ANC, Mantashe, said.
Yes, yeah.
If that's the reference that you think it is, it's neither here nor there.
Well,
in other words, you would have to say the members did not bring their independent mind to bear when they voted against the report. I don't want to put it as high as that, but it would seem to me that, let me just say the way it is. You may be insulting their intelligence to say they were just told, go and vote this way. Don't even exercise your discretion. That can't be right. I don't know where can one find that.
All right, so there are lots to come out of that, right? And there's more. Camille Premad once again argues that in some cases, a declarator can play a role of a review.
They say, viewed as a whole, the information presented to the panel, it's not them, prima facie establishes that there was a deliberate intention. So the word prima facie has been used throughout by the panel.
It has. But the earlier portion that I read to Justice Colopin is an earlier paragraph where they're explaining what they understand by that.
Now let's look at that.
Yes.
You and I as lawyers. If the panel uses the word prima facie and sufficient evidence interchangeably as if these were synonyms, that is wrong. Forget about what Makwakwa said. My brother Majid has taken you through what Makwakwa said.
Yes.
That is wrong. And if a wrong test has been applied, it invariably would lead to a wrong conclusion.
Yes.
So isn't the case here that the report has to be impugned because it is based on a wrong test? The panel conflated the two tests as if it's one and the same thing. You and I know that it is not. We have to search through the report to find the word sufficient evidence to save it. This is a report by 3 eminent lawyers. Do you have an answer to that?
I'm not going to repeat my submissions that you've heard already on the issue of the threshold. But I think in the way you've constructed it to me, I accept what you say, Justice Matopo, subject to that caveat.
Just to remind you, this court in State versus Tuta, a judgment written by Acting Judge Unterholter, in which my brother Kolapen also wrote a minority judgment. There was a misunderstanding or a misapplication of the test. And as a result of that incorrect application of the test by the trial court, it came to this court, the conviction and sentence was set aside.
Okay, and then moving on, the advocate Jeff Budlander says it looks very unlikely that the country's leader ignored the law.
The President's farming activities have never been a secret. He's published a book of photographs of the particular breed of cattle in which he has particular interest. It seems very unlikely that he deliberately and in bad faith ignored the law and then publicized his activities. Perhaps more likely is that he genuinely thought that he was entitled to act as he did, and he lacked dolus and bad faith.
Okay, and then lastly, in terms of the clips we're playing now, Advocate Budlander again asserts over and over again that in assessing the rationality of the National Assembly's decision, because remember that's what's being challenged, right? One can only have reference to what Minister Lamola said in his speech.
And the EFF asserts over and over again that in assessing the rationality of the NA decision, one can have reference only to what Minister Lamola said in his speech. The first thing I note is that the EFF has caricatured what Minister Lamola said. What he actually said is summarized in the ANC's answering affidavit, supplementary volume 3, pages 862 to 868, paragraphs 68 to 70. Volume 3, pages 862 to 868, paragraphs 68 to 70. And the EFF asserts over and over again that in assessing the rationality of the NA decision, one can have reference only to what Minister Lamola said in his speech. The first thing I note is that the EFF has caricatured what Minister Lamola said. What he actually said is summarized in the ANC's answering affidavit, supplementary volume 3, pages 862 to 868, paragraphs 68 to 70. Volume 3, pages 862 to 868, paragraphs 68 to 70.
Okay, lots to reflect on there right now. What we'll do is you've heard all of that, you have your own opinions, but we'll get a legal analysis of what happened with Modidima Manya coming up right after this.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Get ready to honor Madiba's legacy together. Join us on 8 December at the Union Buildings in Tshwane, Gauteng, as we pay tribute to Nelson Mandela with the Mandela Remembrance Walk and Run. There's a distance for everyone: 21 kilometers, 10-kilometer run, and a 5-kilometer scenic walk. Enjoy loads of entertainment and plenty of fun for the kids. If you can't be there in person, you can participate from wherever you are, uniting with thousands around the country to honor Nelson Mandela's vision of unity, equality, and a just society. All proceeds will support the Nelson Mandela Foundation. Register now at mandelawalkandrun.com. Let's come together to remember Madiba. In proud partnership with Gauteng Province, the City of Tshwane, and SABC Sport. See you there. Let's make it a day to remember.
It's heating up on My Design Rules, South Africa's hottest interior design reality show, this Sunday evening at 7 on S3. Watch as our design duos get cooking on their kitchen spaces. It's the heart of the home, but with the stress of deadline hanging over their heads, it's causing nothing but high blood pressure. Channel your interior designer with My Design Rules Sunday evenings at 7 only on S3.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
So I've asked you about choosing a politician or naming a politician that is part of a political party that you do not like. You don't like their policies, you don't vote for them, but somehow or the other you like the politician. So here's one. Eben says, Ashraf, the world's greatest politician, the businessman turned politician, is Donald Trump. Imagine how great the world would have been if every country had a Donald Trump. And in fact, there's another one about Helen Zille, which I'll read just now. Not quite now. Let's get to the big issue of the day, and that's the goings-on at the Constitutional Court regarding the challenge from the EFF side regarding how the National Assembly behaved themselves, I suppose. Let's get the thoughts of a legal analyst, Modidima Mani. I appreciate your time, and thanks for connecting to the National Pulse.
Yes, good evening, and good evening to your listeners.
Right, thank you. It's been a long day, I know, right? I'm going to leave you with the challenge of perhaps giving us 4 headline points that you may want to talk about.
Yes, firstly, before I do that, I mean, as a lawyer, I must say I found this case very boring, and for 2 reasons. One is that we're still having the same issues basically being argued over and over again. And I think a number of the issues that are raised there about the separation of powers, about what the National Assembly should do or should not do, are already the subject of court judgments, in particular of that court. But secondly, and more concerning, is that it reminds us repeatedly that maybe there are impurities in our Constitution, and one of the critical impurities is that ordinary people will continue to be excluded. I can tell you now, you can look at the legal team that is there and ask yourself a question. Would an ordinary community, in a rural community, be able to hold a person who holds public power accountable through that process that you see in the Constitutional Court? And of course, we have political parties. This is a fight between elephants, and who suffers is the grass.
I think we all agree about that, but who suffers the grass is the one that gets that dies off, right? So in the light of that, and what you observed today, besides it being very boring, it still has to be done. What were the key highlights, in inverted commas, that emerged today?
Well, as I said, I mean, one of the key issues, and I think that's what probably the court will now have to consider, having considered it before, is to what extent can it interfere in another arm of the state? As you would have seen, outside of the technical issues that have been raised, particularly by Mr. Batlender. But you would understand that the question here is, should the court say the decision of the National Assembly not to refer this matter to an impeachment committee, should it be set aside? And if whether substituted, which means should the court say, no, this matter must go to the impeachment committee so the process must continue? Or must it say, National Assembly, go back and reconsider your decision? I think that's the big issue that is the subject of this argument.
So in terms of the case put forward by the EFF, I mean, they effectively asking questions about, let's call it the performance of members of Parliament at the National Assembly when they voted on that impeachment. What was their case and how compelling has it been?
Well, as I said and I spoke about elephants, I'm not sure whether they have made out a compelling case, because what seems to be the case here is that they are unhappy about the final outcome. But as you know, we operate with a party political system. Parties have caucuses, they take positions, they vote and block, Now, the EFF doesn't have the numbers to cause any decisions to be taken unless they work with other parties. The reality of the matter is that the process has been followed, but the outcome may not be what everyone wants. And I don't think that makes a compelling case that you are unhappy with the outcome.
And do I take it that the argument was that almost why would MPs not vote for their conscience, and you made the point about that it is quite the norm that they would vote according to party political lines. I mean, that is the norm, and often if you don't, you'd be out of the party, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, we make a theoretical assumption that, these people are sworn in as individual members of parliament. And the constitution says to them, you will act without fear or favor. But the reality is something else. I mean, you know that you are there at the behest of a political party. That is what we, the voters, vote for. We don't vote for individuals. And when they are there, they are controlled through the party systems and whatever processes that are there. So in real terms, you cannot expect that, people will vote with their consciences in the current system that we have.
So, and of course you've been observing the to's and fro from different parties. You've got the EFF representatives, then you've certainly got the ANC and others. What have you picked up? Anything else that you picked up that's worth sharing?
Yes, and I think this is the real problem is, and I think we can use this as an example of how inefficient maybe our constitution provides for accountability, because if you look, one of the issues that is raised against the EFF is you took so long to go to court. We see that the ATM has joined the application. They initially said they want the rules set aside, but these are the rules made by these political parties who are now in court, saying we don't want these rules because they seem to produce an outcome that we don't want. So, as I say, for me, the whole situation is a bit muddy.
Where is this going to end?
Pardon?
Where is this going to end?
Look, my own sense is just listening to the argument. As I say, the court has already determined on some of the issues unless it wants to expand or consider. But we will probably end up in a situation where the court may say, look, we can intervene. Or even we intervene at this limited point. The sum total of this whole issue is that we have not debated the merits or demerits of the allegations against the president. We have not reached this point where we can say there is accountability, and I'm talking at the level of an ordinary voter, not a lawyer or Ashraf Dada who's quite advanced. So we are sort of back to square one, and the question is, in terms of our constitutional imperative of a responsive, accountable government, are we moving forward or are we regressing? And my sense is that we may be regressing, because if you look across the board, whether it's the judiciary, we have had a case for 14 years trying to get a judge to be held accountable for his misconduct. We've had a long, elongated process around the public protector. We're having this big fight now around the president and Palapala. We're still waiting for the president to tell us about what happens to Minister Similani and the many public office bearers. And I think that we should be starting to get concerned about whether we shouldn't maybe revisit our constitution and look at where we think there are gaps. Okay. Or where we think it creates inefficiency.
Did you say we are regressing? That's not good news at all. Modidima Manya, who's a legal analyst covering the story of the Constitutional Court, the challenge to the National Assembly over the Palapala report. Right. Thank you for that. Let's get the news headlines. Here's Greg House.
Quick look at the headlines. The Financial Sector Conduct Authority says employers are in arrears in pension fund contributions to the tune of more than 5 billion rand. The Auditor General's raised concern over the audit performances of some of the most important national and provincial government departments. And the head of Sudan's army has authorized the UN to establish supply hubs and use 3 airports to deliver much-needed humanitarian aid. There's a full update at 6 o'clock.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the M1 northbound in Woodmead has a crash before Buccleuch interchange. The R21 southbound in Kempton Park has a crash before the R24 airport interchange. The N3 northbound in Bedfordview queuing towards Kilulis interchange, and Bearsnodere Drive northbound in Melville has delays towards Thomas Bowler Street. In KZN, the N3 eastbound has a stationary truck before Ashburton exit. On the N3, a truck crash reported between Moerefeer and Escort, so expect delays. The N3 westbound is queuing towards Pavilion Shopping Centre exit. Umgeni Road westbound slow moving through Springfield Park, and Chris Harney Road westbound slow moving at the N2 highway. In Cape Town, on the M3, a crash reported at Tokai Road that's causing delays. The N2 outbound is slow moving towards the R300 highway. The M5 northbound slow moving towards the N1 Kuburg interchange. The N7 checks Hadwell Drive both ways is queuing towards Voortrekker Road, and the N1 outbound slow moving towards Okavango Road exit. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Kapele.
Chumi, I know you are the Minister of Sport. Somebody I really admire as a politician is Gayton McKenzie. Okay, I'm just saying, right? As per the conversation we've had, politicians that you don't support, and Kenny Kuneni, by the way, so I'll never vote for that party. That's what this listener says. Politicians you don't support in terms of the party, but you sound like them. All right, let's get to your big issues, which is Orlando Pirates. Right?
Yeah, the CAF Champions League group stages kick off today with 16 teams vying for the title of Africa's best. Orlando Pirates in action today, and head coach Jose Rivero says that their flawless performance in the Betway Premiership so far will have no bearing in their opening CAF Champions League game against CR Belouizdad. Now, the two teams lock horns in a Group C opener at the Nelson Mandela Stadium in Algiers tonight at 9 p.m. South African time. Meanwhile, Kevin De Bruyne says that he's unsure whether this will be his last season at Manchester City after putting talks over a contract extension on a hold. The 33-year-old is out of contract at the end of the season, but post negotiations while recovering from a thigh problem sustained in September. He's been limited to 9 appearances this term, but has come on as a substitute in each of City's past 3 matches as he regains full fitness. And according to Pep Guardiola, he says that if he doesn't return to form quickly, he does not see him staying at Manchester City. In golf, the 15-time major winner Tiger Woods will not compete in the Hero World Challenge in Bahamas from the 5th to the 8th of December, extending his long absence from competition. Tournament host Woods was not listed in the initial player field last month, but had been widely expected to take one of the 3 exempted spots for the competition, an unofficial event that features 20 of the world's top players. Then in rugby, Steven Kirchhoff is on his way to recovery after the Stormers prop had a successful neck operation, and Kirchhoff was sidelined from Springbok duty this year and has missed the start of the Stormers 2024-25 season after a career-threatening injury in September. Though the operation was a success, it seems his road to being back in the field is going to be long, and Stormers assistant coach David Snyman had earlier addressed Kirchhoff's situation during an online press conference yesterday, saying that the emphasis right now is prioritizing his recovery and not thinking about when he's going to return to action. Then in netball, Johannesburg is aiming for a hat-trick of titles at the SPAR National Netball Championships. It is scheduled to take place from the 1st to the 7th of December at the Ellis Park Outdoor Netball Courts. Johannesburg will host this year's tournament, which was rescheduled from its usual August date due to the Olympic Games during Women's Month. And according to Joburg coach Alcia Jordan, she is confident that her team can clinch a 3rd consecutive championship on home turf. In the meantime, International Olympic Committee President Thomas Bach anticipates that the upcoming South African Sports Confederation and Olympic Committee elections will be conducted in accordance with the rules and regulations set by the global governing body. The highly anticipated elections are scheduled to take place at the Olympic House on Saturday. SASCOC President Barry Hendricks will run unopposed, securing another 4-year term to lead the organization. And according to Bach, he is very confident that the elections will proceed smoothly this weekend. Earlier on, Ashraf, you were asking me about Wanderers. It's DP World Wanderers Stadium.
Okay, that took you a while to work out. That's fine.
I knew it. I just knew the
so
name.
So DP, what does DP stand
World.
for? Okay, we'll leave that for tomorrow. Do you call it DP Wanderers?
No, I call it Wanderers.
Okay, but that's my point. So do you call the when a stadium's named that includes a sponsor, do you call it sponsor's name and stadium like DP Wanderers, or do you just say the Wanderers? I would say the Wanderers. The one exception is Emirates, because that's worked well. FNB Stadium, Soccer City has been there since day one. That's worked well, excepting for the World Cup, where it was stupidly renamed the National Stadium because they couldn't give the sponsor's name.
Yeah.
They could have just called it Soccer City for that. Everybody called it Soccer City.
Well, funny enough, the DHL Stadium, I call it DHL Stadium.
You do?
Cape Town Stadium. Yeah, I do. But Wanderers. I call it Wanderers.
Well, they may say DHL delivers, but anyway, I got that. Right. Anything else you want to pick up on?
No, nothing
that's
else.
it.
That's it from my side. I'll have more on other sports tomorrow.
Andile, the CEO of a multinational corporation, is driving home with his daughter.
Dad, why is the tooth fairy so stingy?
Stingy? Well, she makes sure everyone gets something.
Does everyone at your company get something?
Yes, they're covered by Old Mutual Corporate's employee benefits.
Even Abdul.
Of course, he gets retirement benefits.
And Sisampo on that big machine.
She gets group risk cover if that big machine hurts her.
Wow, that's amazing, Dad.
Visit oldmutual.co.za/employee benefits and go from questions to solutions for your employees with Old Mutual Corporate. Old Mutual Life Assurance Company SA Limited is a licensed FSP and life insurer. T's and C's apply. The Malian team, Stade Malien, are on a big mission to triumph in their own backyard. But Stellies of Mzansi Africa want to open their Group B curtain with maximum points in Bamako. This is the Total Energies CAF Confederation Cup. Experience the delight of African football. Stade Malien de Bamako FC versus Stellenbosch FC on Wednesday, 27 November at 6 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available on SABC Plus. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
The SAFM Playwriting Competition is back. After receiving hundreds of entries last year from South African writers of different ages and ethnic groups sharing their stories, now the time is yours. It's your story. You decide. SAFM invites all writers to explore the medium of sound, the theatre of the mind, and to create a 1-hour radio play in English. Get writing now and submit your play before the 3rd of February 2025 for a chance to win one of 3 large cash prizes. For more information, visit safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Okay, so I'm not up for it because I'm not tempted, but if you are, be aware of this one. The Powerball jackpot is estimated now at 77 million rands for today. Yeah, play Powerball for an estimated 77 million rand jackpot today. You could be toasting the big millions, right? To get to that, book your tickets now in store, nationallottery.co.za, then the mobile app, cell phone banking, or simply dial *120 *7529# for USSD. Panda push-up play. Players must be 18 years old or older. Play responsibly. Ituba is the proud operator of the National Lottery.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
And let's get to the markets. Of course, the SFM market update happens from 6 to 7. Don't miss that. But Jimmy Moya hosts that. And to set the scene, Jimmy, what's moving markets today?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. We've got quite a packed show today. We're going to be taking a look at some results. There's been a lot of movements from some South African companies. They are seemingly fighting back from the kind of day that we had yesterday. We'll get into the market movements themselves a little later on, but let me give you a quick summary of what we're going to be looking at from a story perspective. We're going to be speaking to Zeda about their results. They gave us full year results this year, or for the year that was this year. We're going to speak to the CEO of Zeda, get a sense of how that automotive manufacturer has performed, or rather performed throughout the year, and then we're going to speak to African Bank about their full year's numbers. They also had updates to provide to us through the SENS announcements, along with Vukile Property Fund Limited. So we're going to be looking at all 3 of those companies in great detail. We're also going to be looking at the developments coming out of Zimbabwe. It looks as though one of the big steel manufacturing facilities in Zimbabwe has finally come online, and that poses a significant threat to the South African picture because we are still importing some of our steel there. We're going to look at that and see what those implications could potentially be, and whether or not there is a way around that to protect the steel sector locally. But as I said before we get to all that, the markets have had a rather interesting day to reflect on, and in reflecting on some of those market movements, we look at the international markets that would have been trading first. All of those markets, with the exception of US markets at the moment, traded in the red for the day. The Sydney ASX was down 0.7%. Hong Kong was down 3 basis points, so 0.03%. The Shanghai index down 0.1%. The Nikkei in Tokyo down 0.8%. The CAC 40 in France, if we look at European markets, that was down 0.45%. The DAX in Germany and the FTSE in London each down 0.33%. Our own local markets had some fight in them, with resources marginally in the green, 0.17% up, but industrials up 0.85% and financials up 0.59%. As a result, the top 40 and the all share both up 0.2%. This is not the recovery from yesterday that we thought we'd receive, but it is better than some of our international peers. US markets, as I said, are still trading at the moment. NASDAQ up about 0.5%. S&P up about 0.1% at this stage. If we look at some of the commodities movements, platinum pricing $937, palladium pricing $998 an ounce there. Coming down, was above $1,000 an ounce a little earlier today. Brent crude $73.81 a barrel. The gold price $2,630 a fine ounce, up 0.5% at the stage from this time yesterday. If we look at the currency movements, Bitcoin coming down a bit, $93,000 there, down from that $99,000 highs. We haven't yet hit $100,000 there. We'll keep you updated on that as well, of course. The price of a rand against the major currencies, $1 will cost you 18 Rand 39, 1 British pound will cost you 22 Rand and 85 or 86 odd cents. €1 will now cost you more than 19 Rand and 9 cents. 1 Australian dollar will cost you 11 Rand and 76 cents. Those interested in the Bitcoin price in rands, that is now just under 1.7 million, so 1.697 million rands there. We are still likely to potentially reach that 2 million rand mark. We'll keep you updated on that. But to answer one of the questions that you had, Ashraf, for Dumi a little earlier on, DP World would be the Dubai Ports World. That is the company that bought out Imperial Logistics in South Africa, and that is the company that has the naming sponsorship rights over Wanderers, and that's my 2 cents from that.
And let's do more than 2 cents. Let's have a 3 cents worth. What's your in your masterclass? Debts to, and here's the acronym EBITDA, EBITDA, right? What's your debt to EBITDA ratio? Tell me about that quickly.
From a company's perspective, it is a debt to EBITDA ratio, which is earnings before interest and tax and depreciation adjustments. That is what EBITDA in its expanded form stands for. But in a nutshell, if you think about the country where South Africa looks at a debt to GDP ratio, companies look at a debt to EBITDA ratio. It basically tells lenders and investors out there whether or not you are a higher risk to default or a lower risk to default on your debt obligations. It measures your debt as a percentage of your earnings before the interest that comes with those debts and before some other accounting adjustments that would form part of that EBITDA calculation. So it allows creditors to effectively see whether or not you as a business would be in a comfortable enough position to repay those obligations. The same way debt to GDP ratio measures whether or not as a country you would be in a comfortable enough position to repay the debts that we borrow.
Okay, perfect. Another more masterclass from you tomorrow. Make a note of that, right? Jimmy, thanks for that. In fact, by the way, just talking about business, we'll chat to Lani Unchunche, who's the CEO and the co-founder of 5 Star Fire, winner, one of the big winners at the Township Awards. So looking forward to the Township Economy Awards. That comes up in about 5 minutes' time.
Conversations that you connect with and react to. SAFM.
In fact, here's another confirmation besides what Jimmy said. Ashraf, to me, DP World is a very large Dubai company like Emirates, and that's why it's the DP World Wanderers as the main sponsors from Solly in Cape Town. Well, Solly, okay, got that. Thanks for that input. Now we know we're learning something, but do you call it DP World Wanderers or don't you understand the importance of the sponsor? I think we all absolutely understand without the sponsor, well, sport will not survive. That's the bottom line to it. Okay, let's get to some of your comments about politicians.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ashraf and SAFM listeners. Mr. Ashraf, for me, my favorite politician is the former president of this country, Mr. Thabo Mbeki. The guy is very intelligent and he doesn't take nonsense. He goes straight to the point and he was actually running the country perfectly. This is Mapedu Manhlaha Madihlawa.
Okay, only problem I have with your comment is don't call me Mr. Just Ashraf. That's it. Ashraf Khan just missed us out. I don't like it. Just too formal, right? But got your point. Thank you. Right, let's get to another. And certainly lots of people wanted to comment about the politician.
Afternoon, Ashraf, Jay here. I think my favorite politician is probably not a politician anymore. That was Mpho Phalatse. I think she was an honest politician, which is rare. But she's not a politician anymore, I guess.
In fact, I interviewed her on my Twitter Spaces as well as moderated a session ahead of the local elections, and very articulate, certainly makes a point. I've never worked with her, but I get your point. Maybe there should be space for her, but she's in the healthcare space, isn't she?
Hi, Ashraf. It's Ian here. You're talking about technology. I'm telling you, it's going to be coming a stage where man is going to be ever so sorry why he's ever invented technology. Because technology is moving so fast and it's going to destroy man. Where it's too late, there's no way he can make a U-turn. Bye now.
Okay, do you really think so? But I mean, what's the alternative? We just take a step back, for example, sort of move back from technology, back to the past and say, like, do away with cars, do away with planes. I mean, you understand what I'm getting at? Like, where do we stop?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. And your team. Ashraf, now my favorite politician is former President Jacob Hlekisa Zuma. Muchi neyuam, awuyeke muchi neyuam. Muchi neyuam, awuyeke mchiniwam, awuyeke muchi neyuam. I love President Jacob Zuma, and I vote for him, and I will always vote for him. It's anonymous.
You're not anonymous. The whole country knows you now, but don't ask me to sing like you. That I can tell you. But you also didn't follow the brief. I said, choose a politician from a party that you would not vote for. And you're saying, I'm going to vote for him. Choose somebody else and say why you admire that person, not the party that you support. But fine, you've done it anyway.
Ashraf, my favorite politician. I want to take you down to the northern KwaZulu-Natal, far northern, on the border of Mozambique and Swaziland. Chozini local municipality mayor. That's my favorite politician. I've never seen a mayor so workaholic like that. Passionate about service delivery, passionate about his people, always on the road, does not get too much sleep, every day and every time, always thinking and doing things for his people. I think he is one for the future. Watch out the space. Thank you very much, Ashraf.
Okay, nice call. One for the future. Remember that. And Sipho says, I admire Vuyelwethu Zungula, the ATM. I don't support the ATM, but Vuyelwethu is the man. He leaves me satisfied with his speeches and the media interviews. I mean, there's been so many like that, which is so interesting indeed. And I mentioned earlier there's one. I must try and find it about Helen Zille, if I can find it. But I mean, you got time. Give me another one or two if you want to very quickly before we get to the other issues. We're going to chat to one of the big winners of the 2024 Township Economy Awards coming up next.
Constipation got you down? Progast Colon Cleanse is here to help. With unique blends and detoxifying agents, experience relief from occasional constipation, IBS-C, and digestive block-ups. Trusted by nurses, pharmacists, and recommended by doctors. Ask for Progast Colon Cleanse today. If it doesn't say Progast, it's not the genuine product. Available at leading pharmacies nationwide. Progast, the professional's choice.
Imagine a South Africa where every child born today and tomorrow and the next day and the next had enough love, enough food, enough safety and brain power today and tomorrow and the next day and the next. Together, we will change their future. Join us by visiting
holdmyhand.org.za. That's holdmyhand.org.za.
Ask a man. Ask a man who's late for work after his car got hit by a truck, desperately waiting for help, if he's glad he saved 14 Rand on his insurance premium. Ask a man if buying the cheapest insurance was really worth it. And now ask yourself, when suddenly happens, who's there for you?
Auto in general. Car insurance with Auto SOS. Emergency accident detection and response. Visit autogen.co.za for a quote. Auto SOS is available to comprehensive car customers. A&G is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
Adventure awaits on Tropical Island of Treasure Zanzibar, South Africa's SAFTA award-winning reality show, Saturday evenings at 7:30 on S3. Follow the journey of 7 celebs as they team up with 7 loyal fans and influencers to compete in a series of grueling physical and mental challenges. The beach is hot, but the treasure is even hotter, with more than R1 million in prizes up for grabs. Tropical Island of Treasure Zanzibar, Saturday evenings at 7:30. Repeat Fridays at 6 and Monday at 2 p.m. Only on S3.
All right, it's all about money. I'm certainly not taking a chance. I just don't do it. But if you're up for it, the Powerball jackpot is estimated at 77 million rands today, right? Yeah, 77 million rands. Now, you could be toasting to big millions. Now, you can buy your tickets in store, thenationallottery.co.za. The mobile app, cell phone banking, or simply dial *120 *7529 hash for USSD. Panda push-up play. Players must be 18 years old or older. Play responsibly. Tuba is the proud operator of the National Lottery.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
And we've had a comment saying, "Hi Ashraf, great show. Cashless comes with charges. On every transaction, the value of the money decreases along the cashless value chain. Who will benefit along this value chain?" Well, here's a point. You're right, but here's a point. If you put your money in a bank account, they charge you as well. I'm talking of cash. And if you withdraw your cash from a bank account, they charge you as well. So there's already the principle of paying for all transactions is already established. And if you don't put your money in the bank and you leave it at home, are you willing to take that risk if it's put under the mattress? Let's talk about risks and winners who do, and businesses that are winning. We chat now to Thulani Nchunche, who is the CEO and the co-founder of 5 Star Fire. We talked to him in the context of the Township Economy Awards. It was such a pity. And Dr. Bulelani Balabala will be disappointed I was not there. I was emceeing in another event, so I couldn't get there. I'd love to have been there. But Thulani, you were there. You're a big winner.
Yeah. I was there. You really missed out.
Yeah, I certainly did. Okay, so you're a big winner, and winner of what is, it's called the Chairman's Award, right?
Yes.
Which recognizes game changers making an impact in their communities while contributing to South Africa's economic development. Something I like. So you better tell me what you've done.
So firstly, my name is Thulani by way of introduction. And how Bulelani and I met is that 10 years ago, I started a company called 5 Star Fire. So 5 Star Fire is nothing more than a fire protection business that specializes in the supply, servicing, supply, and installation of firefighting equipment, like your extinguishers, your hose rails, detection systems, the works. And 2 months into launching, that's when Bulelani established Township Entrepreneurs Alliance. And the very, very first event. So there's a segment in the summit where entrepreneurs will come for a pitching competition. And the very first one, I was the winner of that. And what really sold me with this Township Entrepreneurs Alliance Bulelani was saying to me is he kept on reiterating that 40, 50 years ago, something was just a bush. But because people were intentional and they came together, it's become the richest square mile in Africa. And that sort of also, I had to recalibrate my own purpose, because I thought for me it was always about a house in Sandton with wooden floors and a heated swimming pool. But he sort of shifted that. It brought a new paradigm shift where I thought, okay, now I think now I need to be like a better leader. And leadership for me means when you have a vision that is deeply entrenched in purpose and conviction, and purpose had to be a big part of it. So whether it's creating jobs or plugging people with opportunities, that's what I've been doing over the past decade, just shining a light in my little corner.
Well, that's fabulous, and your story is just beautiful. So, I mean, give us some practical examples of what 5 Star Fire does now on a day-to-day basis.
Okay, so compliance is a big issue, especially with property ownership. And you need to have like a firefighting equipment in case of emergencies, your extinguishers, your hose rails. And by law, all that stuff needs to be serviced at least once a year. That's basically what we do. We go to, it would be private households, either restaurants, warehouses. We also now cracking into the mining space. So we just go in there, we service the stuff, we also supply it and do installations. That's what we basically do on a daily basis.
And, you spoke about clearly your meeting with Bulelani, which would change a lot of what you do, but a lot of what we do on this feature is called, we talk about winners. So, of course, we speak to you because you're winning, right? In terms of your personality trait and your characteristics and your ethics of what you do daily, why do you think you're winning? What are you doing right?
Consistency, I think. Doing the small things right every day and just constantly iterating it. If it's not working, let's change it a bit. But just consistently doing the stuff, like basic stuff. This is how we communicate. This is how we dress up. This is how we show up. Always punctual. This is how we speak to clients. This is how we engage with just any regular Joe on the street. Just doing those small things consistently every day.
It's interesting. I mean, yesterday's video we spoke about what's the culture of your company, and I suppose you're going to give me a similar answer then.
Yeah, it is, and also because it's like mostly youth that's in the company. So one of our values is fun. It's like we work hard, we will set those targets, but when we're smashing those targets, we need to be having fun while doing it. So that is like a big part of our culture.
Okay, well, that's fabulous. So just lastly, the fact that you've been acknowledged and a recipient of the Chairman's Award, what does it mean to you in your business?
Okay, so I'm not even one to. Well, I thought I never seek external validation, but when I got this award, because this is actually the first one as an entrepreneur, it was like that pat on the back and a reminder to show that, it's okay to look back on what we've done in the last 10 years. And then based off all the wins, like it's an encouragement to sort of forecast the next 5, 10, and even beyond, to say we're on the right track. Let's just keep pushing harder now.
Absolutely. Well done. And that's why we're talking to you, is we always speak to winners in all aspects of South African society. So Thulani Ntshutshe, CEO, founder of 5 Star Fire, you're a big winner, and that's why we're talking to you. So thank you for your time. Much appreciated.
Awesome. Thank you for having me.
Let me end with this. We've asked you about politicians who you like, although you don't like their parties. And here's one saying, I was nearly attacked in Orlando in Soweto for saying I do not like the National Party, but I admired R.F. Botha, who was known as Pik Botha. And my name is Mokupo. Well, I'll tell you what, as you know, after a while, Pik Botha from the Nationalist Party became Pik Botha of the ANC. Well, South Africa is alive with possibilities. Hope you get a feel for the national pulse. Today we'll do it again tomorrow. It's 6 o'clock. Here's the news with Greg Hose.
Thank you so much, Ashraf. Enjoy the rest of your evening. In this news update, billions of rands in pension fund arrears, and Sudan's army chief authorised AHABs. Good evening. The Financial Sector Conduct Authority says employees are in arrears in pension fund contributions to the tune of 5.2 billion rand. The financial regulator says the entities in arrears are largely made up of private security companies and around 168 municipalities. The authority's Astrid Luden presented their 2-part assessment report to the Standing Committee on Finance in Parliament.
In the private security industry, we understand that we are talking about small businesses that have contracts. Their incomes may